Yo, how's everybody doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well. I apologize. I was getting my coffee all sorted out. Guys, I forgot that I think we get the reveal a morning or not a morning early. That'd be great if we got a morning early. We get an hour early this morning, right? Is that how it works? Because I think they set the clocks forward, right? So hopefully my time is accurate. I think we should be getting it in, assuming they release at the same time for them. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But we'll see, we'll hang out today. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are enjoying all the little morning reveals. Dude, I kinda want to start talking about the reveals from yesterday a bit more, but there's also like not I don't think there's too much else to say. I don't know if you guys watched my video on the clues, but the clue relic, man, it's like really I don't know. I feel like it's getting a lot of like mixed feelings on, you know? Like I feel like half the people are like convinced it sucks, and half the people are just convinced that it's like pretty decent. So I don't know. Kind of weird. Oh, this is probably not going to be anything that's actually important. But how can I say this? Husky said that today is going to be a juicer relic, or I think they said something like that, which I don't know if that actually I don't know what that means. they they might have been making it up. Oh, they said today's relic is a juicer. So that means we are getting a relic today. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yo, China was sold on Barbarian Gathering, but then I watched a video essay on Abundance and they broke down the numbers, and I think they're right, and it's stronger than tier one even. I think I know what video you're talking about. Is there's this new video I saw. I kind of wanted to watch it because I've heard a lot of people have recommended it to me. Let me um let me move some stuff around real quick and let me see if I can find it. Because I think I know what you guys are talking about. I actually want to see. Is it the one from like a eel seal or something like that? I would 100% be down to go over that. See if I can find it real fast. One moment. Okay. I think I got it. I don't know if I'll cover it just yet. I think I might cover it a little bit closer, you know, and then we'll talk about it later. I'll cover it. I'll watch it, see what I think. Um, guys, I'm not gonna lie. This morning, I was kind of thinking of just because, like, it's a little earlier for me. I'm not even really awake yet because dude, I forgot that it's an hour earlier today. So I'm sitting here at like 5 o'clock, and I'm like, oh my god, wait, we got to get started. I was thinking instead of just sending Barrows, I kind of want to throw up one quick league game while we wait. I don't know. Maybe I'll just get in and start doing Barrows. We'll see. Because I realized that we should be getting our reveal in like 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's why I started a little early today because we actually should be getting something sooner than usual. Okay, let me throw this stuff away. Bryo staff, chewed bones, huge. What do I want to bring? Like some food. Yeah, I'm excited to see what we get today. One thing I talked about yesterday was that, um, based on the relics that we've gone so far, I think there's only one more empty relic tier, which is tier 5, right? Um, and I think after that, it just becomes basically every single day we get something new to talk about and actually compare against the other relics. I also, guys, I think I'm kind of losing my mind. Maybe, okay, maybe I'm just losing my mind in the league's Discord. I feel like I see so many people in the league's Discord lately that have been talking about how the reveals just don't feel very impactful. And I'm like, okay, compared to last year, we didn't have any reveals yet. You know what I mean? So I'm like, what? Like, and we know what tier they're in? Like, I don't know. And we have the info on, like, I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. Tier 5 and tier 7 are missing. Okay, that is true. Tier 7 is also missing, but I feel like tier 7, at least if it's like last year, right? Then they'll release them together at the same time. Because so far the relics aren't just instantly giving you 99s and 3 skills. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like we haven't really seen any relics that just give you like boom, this like fixes your skill. But I don't know. I kind of like that. I think the skills are more fun to plan around. There's more like options. It benefits you more in like different ways. Um, One of the things that I thought was kind of interesting is that when I covered the Slayer relic, I felt like the Slayer relic right now is more fun if you're somebody who likes Slayer. Whereas I feel like in the past, the way it works is that you pick the Slayer relic because you don't want to think about Slayer at all, right? And now it's like you pick Slayer because you like doing Slayer. And I kind of feel like the same is sort of true with the Clue relic. Like if you like doing clues, the Clue relic actually probably feels pretty damn good. So I don't know. I think it's because last year was mostly full tier reveals. I don't think that's true at all. That's the crazy part. I don't think that's true. I feel like people made that up. I'll show you guys. I will show you guys what the reveals looked like last year. And please, please, can we talk about? We gotta talk about this because I'm convinced people are just making up. Yeah, they're just making it up. It's so funny that we don't put our clocks forward. Honestly, it took me way longer to figure out what time. I think it took me about like 20 minutes just looking at different clocks around the world, just trying to figure out like what it meant. I don't. This might be a little bit embarrassing. Okay, so please do not laugh at me. I may or may not have looked up what city is Greenwich in. Yeah. Yeah. It was rough. Okay. Real quick, let me look this up. Okay, so let me take a look at this real fast. This was the reveals from last year, yeah? So tier one, we got harvest relics, right? And also keep in mind that I believe this was 15 days. So this is about 2 weeks out, right? So keep in mind that this means that at this time, relative to last year, we had zero information. Zero information. You know? I think the only thing we knew is that we're getting echo bosses. That's it. Okay. So, like, I don't know. To me, that's how I see it is that as you get closer and closer here, you will know more information, right? That makes the most sense to me. That as you get closer to this date, more information comes out, right? Oh, and then let me get this up real fast too, so we can look at what it's been. The way I see it is that we now have less info now than day three. Yeah, but we're not on day three yet. We're not on day three. We're on like day -2 or -4, right? That's how we're on day -4. Like, I don't know. It's just maybe we just see it differently. Like, you guys would rather we just don't get anything for a week? Like, that's just really like you guys really? You guys would rather we just get nothing? I don't know. That seems crazy to me. That seems crazy to me. Um. Okay, so tier one harvest relics, right? Pretty standard. Makes sense, right? Golden God. Don't forget, by the way, that when we got Golden God, when this came out, we didn't even know what tier it is, right? Which, by the way, is pretty bad. We don't even know what tier it was. Echo bosses, all the new items. This is pretty cool. This is pretty good. I expect my kind of guess right now is that we're going to get combat masteries at around the same time. So whatever the new combat masteries are, because I think that's going to be like that is like the demonic pacts, right? So I feel like that's going to be a big system this year. That's going to be a pretty good change. So I feel like that's probably what we're going to get next week, right? People thought Golden God was bad when it was originally revealed. Yeah, they did. They did, by the way. They thought it was not that good. Grimoire got announced, right? We had no idea what relic it was or what tier it was. The good thing about this though, okay, I will say the difference here though is that we did get two like brand new things, right? Grimoire I think was new at the time. So we did get two brand new ones and we haven't really seen anything like completely brand new with the exception of abundance. So, yeah. Also, by the way, people were pissed. If you guys don't remember, people were fucking pissed on tier 1 harvest relics. That was not a good day on the fucking league's like forums. It was not good. Golden God, people thought it was pretty bad. Grimoire, I think people actually thought this one was really good. Echo Bosses, people were pretty excited about because it kind of shaped a lot of stuff, right? Compared to Trickster, it was lackluster. People also thought Trickster was pretty bad when it got first announced. It was the exact same thing. People thought Trickster was pretty bad. Component and full drops, and then quality of life changes like the mega rare voucher. I don't know about you guys, is that even though I think these are really good changes, I don't actually know if this is like the quality of life changes were pretty big. I don't know. I don't know if I would say these are like the best reveals ever, though. You know, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm forgetting. I know that this XP passives, this one was a meme day. This was a meme day, like such a meme. Oh wait, you're right. It goes this way. I forgot that they did this. So they went this way. So it wasn't a back to back. You're right. You're right. So we did get teleport relics. Um, Here's the thing. Yes, we got teleport relics all in one day. I kind of feel though that when we got teleport relics all in one day, it was literally just Clue Compass. Like everybody just said, "Oh yeah, Clue Compass is the best," and that's it. It was just discussion was over. This was a banger day for sure. 100%. This was a banger day. Total Recall versus Banker's Note, banger day. You know. But again, that was one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I would say that this was like with Echo Bosses. This was probably the first like big day of the league's reveal, which was again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe people were actually pretty pissed until we saw this. Like people were really underwhelmed with these guys. And then on this one, everyone was like, oh shit, now it's popping off, right? Which if we think about this, this is 1 week into the reveal season that started a week after this one. So that's essentially 2 weeks in, right? This would be like Saturday of next week. Yeah, Saturday of next week, basically. If I had to like do the equivalent, right? Overgrown, people were not happy with. People thought Overgrown was just a weaker version of Farmer's Fortune. Combat Masteries were cool, right? Combat Masteries were awesome. So I agree with that. Quality of life changes, I don't know. I don't really remember the reception around quality of life changes. I think that just like the component drops, like this is a really important thing, but I don't know if it was like insane as far as like the hype of it, you know? I don't know. Not really sure. I'm not really sure if I remember this, but I feel like these aren't even like this is stuff that I feel like we almost got in like the blog. Like we got this like massive monster blog that the way I see it is like this is the equivalent of all that, and we got all of that before any of this, you know? Like if we had gotten like Varlamore as a starting like last year, that's the thing. We would have gotten like Varlamore as a starting thing, you know? Mega Rare vouchers made you think about routing a lot. I agree. This one was pretty big. This one was very nice. So I just don't know. I don't know if it was quite like received as like a individual change, you know? Utility relics in tier 2, right? This is a really big one for sure. I think this one was really good. Then we got pretty much a kind of a no-go, right? Like this one I don't think anybody cared about. We already got this day 1. And then I think these two were pretty good. But we didn't know what tier Reloaded was in, right? Like that's the thing that like here's the thing that makes it a little bit more interesting for me is Golden God, Grimoire, Overgrown, and Reloaded. We did not know what tier they would be. So they were kind of not like we couldn't even really talk about them that much. Whereas with this one, I actually think there's so much more to talk about and so much more to assess because we know what tier it's in already, right? Like Conniving Clues, if Conniving Clues was tier 6, it would be like completely useless, right? Completely useless. You think Reloaded is going to come back again? Well, let me ask you guys, if Reloaded got announced today, what would you think about it? What would you think about Reloaded getting announced today? Anybody that says it is good or bad, you guys are both wrong. Because if Abundance, or sorry, not if Abundance, if Reloaded got announced today, the first question you should be asking is what tier is it in? That's the first question you should be asking, you know? So, I don't know. Like, I think everybody just assumes it's tier 4, right? Which, again, that's fine, but that's an assumption you're making. Maybe it's tier 6, maybe it's tier 5, right? It's probably not going to be tier 3. I'll tell you that much. It's not going to be tier 3, or literally everybody is picking it. Okay, I'm 100%, 100%. I'll tell you guys that much. If it's in tier 3, everybody's going to pick it, like 100%. It could be tier 2 though. That would be interesting, but that would be kind of boring too, because then you just pick 2, most likely, at least. So yeah, and then okay, the combat relics. We did get all 3 at once. I kind of feel though that the replacement for that this year is we saw that like pool of 40, so we have some guesses of what's coming back, right? so we can at least like talk about it a little bit. And we have like more, I think, to infer off of previous years, so we can kind of guess at what some of the relics are going to be. So I don't know. I don't really like. We kind of know that tier eight's always combat relics. That's just how it's going to be, right? It's going to be like cheat death or something like that. We kind of know that that's going to be the same, you know. So I don't know. I feel like people are looking back at this and thinking it's better, but I don't actually think it mattered as much until this one. Like, I don't know. The way I see it is like Echo Bosses was good, Total Recall Banker's Note was good, Utility Relics was good, and all relics were good. That's it. There's like way less days. And most of these are way closer to the release of it. So yeah. This was a really cool day, by the way. They announced a lot on this day, and they announced all the relic tiers, which this is like a really, really cool day, really fun day. But I think the reveals so far have been pretty good, especially because like the way I see it is that if you're going to be revealing stuff, you should probably start with some of the more returning and like slower relics, and then announce the new stuff as you get closer and closer. Yeah, that's how I see it. Reload at least has some comparison because you know what stuff it can pick, even if you don't know what it's against. That's true, but we have to wait for what tier is in first, right? And again, like that's something that a lot of people I think are sleeping on is the fact that we didn't know what tier Golden God was. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but I'm pretty sure that people were saying Golden God versus Grimoire. People were saying Golden God versus Grimoire, and that was like the discussion for like a week, which was completely not like that was not even remotely relevant. They were completely different tiers. So I don't know. It's like to me, I have more fun talking about these relics and what tier they in or what tier they're in and how they relate to like some of your other choices and your other region choices, as opposed to like these sort of like nebulous. I have no idea what relic anything is in. Like if like again, if Golden God was tier 7, I've seen some people say this. If Golden God was tier 7, it would be completely useless, right? Like nobody would pick Golden God. Yeah, I've seen like Golden God versus Banker's Note in tier 7. I feel like that's just so bad. Like everybody would pick Banker's Note, right? Everybody. I feel like it would be Banker's Note like 95%. Something I really loved early on this time is that they gave you the tiers, but that turned out to be useless. I completely 100% disagree with that. I think knowing what tiers they're in is so important, especially once we start filling out the empty ones. Then it becomes infinitely more interesting. But the idea, like I think the idea that relic tiers aren't useful information is like completely wrong. So I don't know. Gotta admit they kind of feel lacking. I don't. I don't think so. I don't. I think it's really interesting. And I think that it's like it only gets better from here on, you know? The only relic tier, okay, the only one that I think is not interesting so far has been Minion. Because I kind of hate Minion. That's it. Yeah. Another example of that is Abundance. If we didn't know what tier Abundance was in, right? If we, like if they had shown Abundance, I would have thought it's like a tier 4. So it being a tier 1 makes it way cooler. If it was a tier 4, Abundance would be really bad in my opinion. So we'll see. Minion makes me feel like tier 8 is just going to be a rerun of last year. That's what I feel like it kind of is. It's just Guardian coming back, but with like a bit more of like a it's just a bit better. Well, I say a bit better. It's like 70% better, so I don't know. Um yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like right now people are sort of like it's like a I don't want to say it's like a goldfish memory, but I think people are like hindsight misremembering what some of these reveals were like. And I don't know. I just think this reveal season so far has been like I kind of like it better, but it just seems like people are being like very negative about it. Or they're not like negative about it, but they're just like they're expecting so much more for like an extra week, you know? So I don't know. I like it. I like having an extra week. I think it's more fun, obviously, but I just kind of wish people were more tempered in their expectations. All right. I totally forgot they almost always revealed a tier at once. Yeah, again, 3 days before, 5 days before, and this was like 10 days before. I mean, this one, like, again, yeah, you have to remember 3 days before, 5 days before, 10 days before. I don't know. Like, the way I see it is people complaining about that are essentially saying that they would rather have 0 reveals for this entire week. And that is fucking crazy to me. That is actually insane to me. And I feel like if that's actually what you think, I don't even think you're being honest. I think you're delusional. I do. I do. I actually think that if you would rather have no reveals this week, you are lying to yourself. You are not being honest. So, I don't know. I'll stand on that. I'll die on that hill. I will die on that hill. You are being completely dishonest. You just want more information, and I will stand on that. There's no way. There is no fucking way that anybody is actually looking at this and thinking, I would rather have no information at this point. Your Greenlock Barrows? Nope. We got to go get a unique. It's looking pretty good, though, so far. A longer reveal season does default to less hype moments. I agree. I do agree with that. Yeah, because you're getting less information out, right? That makes sense. But also, it probably means that we're going to get, like, because it's longer too, they have to keep the more interesting stuff. In my opinion, they have to keep the more interesting stuff for closer to the reveal, right? What I feel like it ultimately comes down to is that right now, like the tier 1 relics were really, really good, but I feel like people are waiting to see something that is kind of new. Like something that we have never ever seen before. And that I can 100% understand, you know? They could do like release every other day. Okay, but like I'm genuinely curious. Is anybody legitimately would anybody legitimately think that that's better if the only change we get is that we just get 2 every other day instead of 1 every day? That seems so dumb. That's so dumb. It's like, okay, imagine you could get $1 every day or you could get $2 every second day. You're telling me like my brain actually cannot process that anybody thinks this is true. I think discussing about the relics while not the entirety is known. That's actually what I like because I feel like we can talk about the pros and cons of the relic without necessarily comparing it to everything else. And I like that. I actually think that's been really fun for me is to be like, okay, like what are the pros here? What are the cons here? How might this interact? What regions benefit from this, right? And then that changes as you get more and more stuff. Because like again, we got all the teleport relics in one day, and like it took people 5 minutes to figure out that Clue Compass was the best, and that's it. That the discussion was over. That's it. There was no more discussion. I'm sorry. Like the cons of the relic is the opportunity cost. Not necessarily. I don't think so. The cons of the relic come down to like what benefits. So I've like talked about how like Tyranwin and Wildy synergize really well with the Hunter relic, right? And even not knowing what the other relics are, you can very safely guess that the Hunter relic will benefit a lot from having Tyranwin and the Wildy. So if you're interested in going those regions, then you should definitely really, really think about that, right? And how that's going to impact all your other choices. Now, on the flip side, if you have regions that have no hunter tasks, no chin tasks, then this one's you don't have to think about this that much. But you do have to start thinking about how you're going to get your fletching done or your fire making, right? Maybe Zaya becomes a little bit better for that, right? And that's actually really cool to me. Maybe it's because people pick their regions. Like I don't know. Maybe it's because I like start with picking my regions based off what content I like, and it seems like a lot of people are just like choosing regions almost like based off the relics. I don't know. Or like how with the Slayer relic I talked about, like if you're going Mauritania, it's probably not as good because you have the Black Mask anyways. The problem that I have is I think a lot of people are very um they are very set in their ways, and they cannot think about why somebody would pick a different relic. And I think that is a really fun part, is to be like, why would somebody want to pick this? And like the more you do that, the more I find that these relics are very like interesting to talk about. Like what kind of person would pick it and stuff, what might be the benefits. That's like what I think is pretty cool. So just reason I believe it's felt a bit lame is that my planning process goes areas, combat styles, relics. Most impactful information to influence the area choices are the echo bosses and echo weapons. Yeah, that okay. So that I 100% agree. I personally think that they are making a like pretty big mistake not revealing the stats of the echo weapons. You know, I think that that's not good. I hope that they change that because like right now, to me, it's like anti-hype. Where like, okay, Kandarin gets a new mage weapon, and that's like, okay, we have no idea if it's good or not, right? Like it's not even worth like discussing because we have literally no idea what it does or if it's good or how strong. Like there's nothing at all. It's like it's. I think that's kind of sad. So I hope they change that and start giving us the echoes. Like yeah, I don't know. Hope they change that. Especially because it comes 2 hours after. I almost feel like this might have been some. I don't know why, but it just feels weird that 2 hours later we get like I don't even know if today I'm gonna even bother staying the extra 2 hours. I think I might actually have to leave a little early today, anyways. Um, but yeah, I feel like staying an extra 2 hours to like see which Echo Boss got announced. The only one I think is going to be interesting is probably the Wildy to see if Kopesh is coming back because I think that'll matter a lot. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, still got a lot of time. Like, I could see a world where the opposite happens and they release a lot of information, and then we just don't get anything for like a week, and we're just kind of sitting waiting. I don't know. Aren't you at Brio? Got the essence yesterday, so we're done. Imagine if they anti-hype by bringing Kopesh back, but it's a Giga nerf. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like I feel like okay, we can't we can't have a world where every single leagues the most busted shit from the previous leagues becomes like default, right? Like that just can't be the case. The game would it would like leagues would die in like 5 years, right? There has to be some step back from the most busted shit, right? And on the flip side, it's like, do we want a world where we're just getting good relics nerfed to put them into line? Like, that sounds bad too, right? Like, let's say the Kopesh comes back. If the Kopesh comes back, I want the Kopesh to be just as strong as it was. Because if it's weaker, it's just going to feel like shit, you know? That's how I see it as, right? I reckon they use the half reveals as a way to screen for community theory crafting. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not to like not to shit on the community, but I think as like pre-reveals are pretty fun, but overall I think the community is not always like we get a lot of stuff wrong, you know? And I would kind of hope that they don't balance off of like people's initial reactions cuz yeah, we just it's hard. A lot of the stuff is really hard to like analyze in a vacuum. Plus things like the Kopesh were actually not like it actually was not very good originally. It's just the spec ended up being like way more busted than people thought. But originally, like the early calculations, it didn't look that good. Is there anything you hope they don't do this league? My number one thing that I hope they avoid this league is creating echo weapons or echo items that are just like generic stat sticks. You know, because that seems really, really bad. Like, I don't think that Fremenic should be balanced by just giving you a shit ton of stats. I hope that the echo items are all kind of unique and fun and they do something kind of interesting instead of just like, this is the Giga super strong weapon, you know? They didn't really last time minus Fremenic. I agree. And that's what I'm saying. But Fremenic was the outlier there, right? And I think it's pretty clear that that was like a failure. The other ones I think all felt good though, right? Like they all well, I mean, I don't want to say they all felt good, but they all like had like a theme around them, you know? The Barrow's gloves were I think kind of bad too though, but yeah. You could argue Fremenic being the stat stick is fine because it's the only one like that. But that's the problem is like then you have to make a choice there. And I don't know if that's like good. I just I don't know. I don't really like that. Um, and I guess as far as like other things that I would really hope they don't do, I really hope that we don't run into a situation right now where only one combat style gets never miss. The problem with never missing is that it kind of takes away gear progression, especially for ranged, where accuracy is like insane, right? So that's pretty important. Cheering with crystal armor kind of felt that way with melee too. I can definitely see what you're saying, but I feel like that has a bit more like that kind of opened up the region to melee where you would never ever pick melee in Tyrion 1 before, right? So that opened up the region a bit more. The thing about the Fremenic like stat six is that they were good for absolutely everybody. Like they were literally just best in slot for everybody. And especially for range and magic, you kind of like I don't want to say you had to take them. Obviously you could skip it, but like if you wanted competitive damage, you kind of had to, you know? So, yeah. But, like, I don't think the problem of, like, ranged never missing was that it was, like, super strong or anything. I actually don't think that, like, mattered. The problem was that it basically just deleted all progression from combat. Like, you literally would just rock up to, like, TOB or whatever wearing, like, random ass clue gear, and then you would just send it till you had a T-bow because it was also pretty easy to get to range 6 was a lot easier than I expected, you know? You didn't really have to do that much. I think you have to kill like one echo boss and like either do fight caves or do combat level 100, right? Something like that. Like that just I don't know, man. That just seems not good, you know? I had range build last time without Fremenic. I don't think sacrificing fun for power is worth it in leagues. Yeah, I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying. I think it's like a dev issue where they should never make you have to make that choice, right? They should keep. I would prefer that all the echo weapons are fun items that do like really fun things, like the Kopesh was with the spec. I think the Sunlight Spear was one of the coolest there because the Sunlight Spear had that like typeless AoE blast. Like that's what I want to see more of. Those kind of like really fun and creative items that have these like really wacky effects. Like because like that's what Leagues is, right? That's for me at least. That's what Leagues is all about. I don't want to be in a situation where it's like, okay, this region sucks, and the lever for tuning it is we're just going to give it like a 25% DPS buff, right? I actually saw that. I saw some people talking about that. That like, what if we add like buffs to regions? So if you pick Kandarin, you just gain like 10% DPS, and I'm like, oh, that feels really, really bad. Like if we start going down that route, I feel like Leagues just gets so ass like so quickly, you know? So I don't know. I would rather pick Fremenic because it has a cool echo item that like does something really funny, right? Even if it's bad, I would prefer it just having a cool effect rather than, you know, I'm picking it explicitly because it's giving me like, 20% more damage. With like and it wasn't even like a niche. It was just everybody gets infinitely more damage by picking it. So, yeah. Region buffs could be cool if they're quirky. I do think, yeah, region buffs or region passives would be really fun if they were something like thematic, right? But I don't want to see it being like DPS levers. That just seems like we're going to a world where leagues is like a spreadsheet that's being like mathed out beforehand to find like the optimal combination. Like I don't know. I don't know. I just ugh, 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 I don't want that. Also, like I mean, even something like Kandarin, right? Like let's imagine a world where instead of the Wildy, Kandarin had the Kopesh. I actually think a lot of people would have went Kandarin for the Kopesh, and it would have actually worked pretty well, right? You got Kopesh, you got Piety there. Like, I think that would have been probably fine, right? The problem is the Devil Element was dog shit. It was so bad. You know what I mean? Like, it was not good. So why would you pick a bad region with a like? You can't have a bad region with a bad Echo item. That's not okay. That's actually not okay. Leagues would be like a spreadsheet makes a spreadsheet about leagues. Well, I hope you understand the difference. It's a good meme, but I hope you guys understand the difference between making a sheet versus mathing out exactly what percentage Kandarin needs to buff you by. Like, I don't know, man. We're not playing like League of Legends, okay? We don't need a 3% buff or a 2% nerf to Mauritania to put it in line. Like, I'm good on that one, you know? Yeah, exactly. I think pure DPS passives are unfun. If they wanted to balance them with other kind of regional passives, that would be kind of cool, you know? So like another thing you could add, I think like what would be an example? Maybe like Mauritania just gives you like 5% or like 10% lifesteal baseline, you know? Something like that. That would be really strong. But I think like 5% lifesteal from Mauritania, that would like thematically fit in. I'm trying to struggle about what else I could think of for the other ones, you know? Um, I'm sure you guys probably have some ideas, but like things like that that are more fun and interesting as opposed to just like raw damage, that would be fine, you know? Maybe like Kourend gets like equilibrium or something, right? That's like the extra passive you get for picking it. Then I think that could be kind of cool, you know? There'd be a lot more little choices there. I might even pick it. Yeah, Kandrin would be like the pickpocketing one. Yep, things like that. And then you would just move those relics off of the you would move those relics off of the table, things like that. So what's your prediction for what the new Ectothermy weapon does? I think it's going to be the Devil's Element, just like buffed up a lot. That's literally what I think is going to be. I would be willing to bet a lot on that. That it's just a buffed up version of Devil's Element. I, I don't know. I that's just kind of how things go. Wildy passive could be items drop noted. Yeah. Something like that. These like tiny little quality of life effects, and you can actually find a way of like making some sort of balance. You know, maybe like the maybe like what Pandaren does is it lets you equip like a second ring or something like that. You know, like you could find a way to make different regions more balanced by just having those, and then that I think would be kind of cool. Maybe in the future. I feel like I like the fact that Leagues has moved increasingly more to a world where you're picking regions based off what content you want to do and what your goals are, as opposed to feeling like you're forced to pick certain regions that like work together for like your style, right? I don't know. I think I like that more because it just felt a little bit more restricted. It felt like your regions would often kind of like write themselves and you kind of just knew what the best region picks were. Yeah, now that you guys mention it, by the way, the idea of having like dodgy deals come from Kandarin would actually be a really cool region passive. That would be really good. I'm gonna steal that from now on whenever I chat with the boys. Whenever I chat with Skritic and Ujak and we talk about how to make Kandarin good, I'm just gonna steal that. So whoever said that, thanks. Just my idea now. There'll probably be a comment like, damn, that was a good idea from Double. I like that. Zephyr All Might. All right, I remember you. feel like it'll still be like that in a sense. If I want to main mage, I'm going to be locked to the regions that give me good mage echo items. I don't know about that because we have like at least not this year because of how strong Varlamore is, right? Like I I kind of feel like mage is really good right now because it has access to the Eye of a Yak, like default in Varlamore. That seems, and you get Confliction Gauntlets. Like that's really good, and you get Blue Moon gear, which is really good. First league in 30 minutes. I think the first league is an hour and a half. You got an hour and a half to go. Oh, and you get Virtus. Yeah, wait. I feel like Mage is actually really good. Then you just pick stuff that you kind of want to do. I wonder if they're gonna make the Eye of a Yak one tick again. I don't think so. I think yeah, I don't think so. I did look at the damage numbers. It's not actually as broken as I first thought, but it is way too good. Like, and it also just like it doesn't even make sense. Like, if that's the case that we're just gonna allow bugged weapons to work like that, then like I don't know, man. That just feels so bad. Like, you know, like that just like imagine if Bofa was just randomly 2 tick, right? Or not 2 tick. Like, what if Bofa was randomly like 1 tick? And we just said, "Oh yeah, that's fine." Like, really? I don't know. It seems kind of weird. It's a little weird. Historically, they've always allowed bugs. Historically, they haven't fixed bugs within the leagues, but they don't carry over the bugs to future leagues. I don't think that's ever been the case, and I don't think that should be the precedent, right? Like, and especially by the way for Gridmaster, they like what's the point of changing it, right? It's not even a weapon that was on the board, right? Also, they do fix bugs. You guys might not know about this, but in Leagues 5, the Hispori Trumpet originally scaled with your range strength. So if you had Runite Bolts on, let me see if I can actually pull this up real quick. I'll see if I can pull it up. Okay. Oh my god, my brain is breaking right now. Okay, one sec. Let me pull this up real quick. Okay, so if you guys didn't know about this bug, by the way, there was actually a bug in we messed around with this for like I messed around for like 2 minutes and then I was like, yeah, this is definitely not going to be allowed. Like this is not okay. I don't want to promote this. So the Nature's Reprisal, right? This was the ranged Korend like echo weapon. It was like the salamander, right? It had all 3 styles, right? So keep in mind that on range it was already rapid. So I believe that means that if you had ranged 3, this would go to 2 ticks. So it was a 2 tick weapon, same as Twisted Bow or basically every single range thing, right? Um, this came with built-in 92 range strength, right? And originally it also scaled with range strength from your Runite bolts. So I had 115 plus the 92. So I had over 200 range strength and also didn't use up any of your ammunition either because it doesn't use ammunition. So you could literally equip like 1 Runite bolt, which you got from like Soul Wars, and now you have over 200 range strength on a 2 tick weapon as early as range 3. If we look at like range strength, look at this. Like, I mean, I guess Twisted Bow is a bit hard to compare, but like, yeah, like Bofa has 100. This has over 200. It was absurd, like absurd how much damage you were doing. And that got nerfed in like 2 days. So the idea that like they don't fix things is not entirely true, but yeah, generally they don't like they're not gonna like change a bug. They'll only change if it's a bug that's making it weaker, but they will do it for egregious examples like this. Yeah. Range strength also applied to all 3 styles. I don't know. Yeah, I don't recall that because I didn't mess around with it very much, but that is pretty busted if it did. That's pretty crazy. I don't remember if that was the case though. Um, real quick, I have a bit of an announcement to make. Let me see. Do I have this here? So a lot of people have been asking for the league's planner sheet. We've been kind of talking about that, and yesterday we had that going. Um, I believe yesterday. This is actually partially why I had my videos out late. I think we are kind of like Gecko was talking to me last night, talking to me this morning, and I think it's ready to go. And kind of the goal we're trying to kind of do this year is get it up a little bit early. That way people can kind of use it, mess around with it. And then we'll just like have channels open for feedback that you guys can report stuff in and go ahead and start using it. And then if we have any problems, those will just kind of be addressed because there's still like 2 weeks left, right? So we'll hopefully try to get those done. And some features are a little bit broken. That's like not going to be the end of the world. So um with that being said, I believe leaksplanner.com is live. You can go ahead and use it. All right, let me link it up. I'll post it. leaguesplanner.com. Everybody, make sure you guys say thank you to Gecko. Please, please, please. Big W to Gecko. Absolute God for doing it. They've been working on this. This shit is super, super, super sick. So mess around with it a little bit. If you guys have questions, I'll probably have a video going over it a little bit more today, but this will go through all your stuff. You can pick your regions, your unlocks. One thing I didn't want to talk about because this is actually new is there's a league's progress bar, which will kind of show you like roughly what things you have available to you based on like rough level estimates. So just slide this to see what you have as you unlock more. Let's say we go Ascarnia, Desert, and like Kandrian. You can like slide it. Again, these are just rough estimations, but this is like what you'll have roughly at this point as you unlock more and more and more. When we go to like the things, dude, Gecko was telling me about how much work went into this. That guy's a freak. I'm not gonna lie. That guy is a freak. The amount of work that went into doing all these different methods and having all these unlocks and shit available, unbelievable. Like unbelievable amounts of effort. So yeah, this thing is bussin', dude. There is a lot of info that you can go through, a lot of stuff that you can do. The more like it took me a little bit of time to mess around with, but then once I started like really figuring it out and having like every like literally every half hour I used it, I found like another cool feature that I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. Like, look at this. Like, can we just talk about this? I don't think you guys understand how like tin ore. Bro, we got like fucking RuneScape Google Maps showing us all the tin ore locations for sand crabs and like what? Are you kidding me? Bro, he did all this shit. He did all this shit. Gecko is fucking crazy for this. Like actually insane, by the way. All right. Look, pink skirt. Where can we get one? Oh, we can get one right here from the fucking shop. Oh my god. That is crazy, no? Oh, we can get it over here from these guys that drop pink skirts. This guy is insane. Like this shit is crazy, by the way. Like insane. Oh, let's look at what are Rune Essence drops. Let's look at Anku's. Oh shit, look at that. We got the freaking drop tables and estimated drops that you get from kills. So if we do 100 kills, or let's say we want to look at like Callisto, right? Let's say we do like 300 Callisto kills. We can take a look at like expected rates. This one's a little bit, I don't want to say it's buggy, but this information is so crazy that I like, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt because there's a lot on here. Oh my God, it's just all the freaking DPS calculators that automatically exports it to Gearscape. Huh, that's actually crazy that you can copy your build and take it straight into Gearscape. I don't know. I actually don't know how to use the site, so that's my bad. That's why I'm not very good at this game. But I think there is some way of importing, right? I need to use this site more. Wait, is it like this? How do you import stuff? Oh yeah. Wait, is this? How do you import stuff? I've heard Gearscape is really good. I think I'm just bad. Let me do test leagues. Okay, I don't have the files, so that's fine. Never mind then. Let me see if I have any other stuff here. Go back to best setup. Oh, is there actually a way of importing? What do? You do like this? Third column has tabs. Am I stupid? Click on select items too. Okay. I don't know how to use the site. I'm getting off of Gearscape. Fuck Gearscape. I'm getting off that. Okay. Let's say, for example, you have your regions. This is also pretty cool. Let's say you want to find highest prayer bonus. Sunfire, Fanatic Helm, Unholy Symbol, Arty Cloak, Sunfire, Ancient God Sword, Antler Guard for your offhand. Let's say you want to find what is the highest crush accuracy, Amulet of Torture, Mythical Cape, Dual Maquidal, all this stuff. Yeah. This is actually a route planner. It's kind of, I want to say it's like beta, just because we're trying to get everything in one place. But you can still like, let's say we want to like put some of this stuff in there. It's honestly pretty damn good. And I think Gecko just added this as like a for fun project because they were bored. But you can actually start to like plan your different things. We could do like Varla here, right? Like, you can actually start planning your stuff. And I believe you can also export and import stuff as well. Oh, I didn't even mention this, by the way, but when you go to the builds, you can also import URLs. So I will actually have some of mine, and you can just instantly import my stuff. And like, let's say we wanted to make like a new one, like this is going to be like Mage or something like that. Well, now we have the Mage one, and we could do like the ranged one. So you can actually switch between multiple ones without having to create like 17 different copies. It's just like, boom, you go here. This is my ranged one. Go back to the builds. This is my mage one, etc. You can mess around with all of them. So it's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Let me go back to that range one because I was messing around with this one. Right? Or no, we were messing around with the blank preset build. No, wait. Oh shit. I didn't save it. Okay. Well, anyways. Cool. This is all good. A couple other things to talk about. Oh yeah, a couple other features I wanted to talk about. So when you are looking at something like, let's say, mining, right? There's actually 3 different options for experience, which is just which ones are the highest experience. Don't get too carried away, guys, on these numbers. Like, don't get carried away on like 9.7, 2.3. This is just like a rough ranking. Um, Same way that we had like the 1 to 5 system last year. We'll probably go through these and edit them, or if people feel really strong. But like, don't get carried away. It's just a way of ranking like what's good, what's bad. AFK, you can also sort it by AFK. Again, it's a little like arbitrary, but Crash Stars got like a 9 out of 10 ranking. The other stuff a little bit less because yeah. So and then what Blend does is it tries to like combine the value of both of them. So it might not be like the best formula ever, but at like a glance, it should give you a really easy way of looking at it. For the most part, though, I would just say like take a look at experience, take a look at AFK, and then maybe like look at blend if you just want to see like what's kind of like a good mix of both of them. Um, What else? What else? What else was on the features here? We did this. We did the PVM. There's also a bunch of like, if you actually like want to try hard it, there's also like a million different things that you can do. Um, like let's say you wanted to turn off, you can turn that off. You can take off tick manipulation if you don't want to see that, because a lot of people just aren't gonna like. I probably won't tick manipulate. I'll have it on though, just for the purpose. Um, this is like a way for you to like save different weights or to change like roughly when you're going to get your relics and stuff. Like again, this is just ways for you to sort of like program it to be like very custom tuned to you. Oh, there's a really cool feature here. Really cool feature is if there's actually this thing, which is like a route comparison. So I saw this and I was like, bro, what the fuck am I looking at? You know, what is going on? But look at this. Let's say we have Barbarian Gathering, and then here we put like Abundance. They'll actually give you like a rough comparison of how things get stronger as you unlock more things. So, like here, Abundance, which is in red, right? Or no, wait, do I have this wrong? Grumja, Skarnia. Wait, this might be backwards right now. One sec. This might be a book. Or I might have done something wrong. I might have done something wrong. We call this uh Abundance. Let me call this BG. Or like let's compare it to like Endless Harvest. I think this one made a bit more sense. Wait, this seems kind of weird. I might have something wrong here. I might have something a little wrong here because I don't think Abundance should be this strong. I might have something wrong here. But anyways, that's because I did a little don't worry about this too much then. I might have something a little bit wrong. Yeah, maybe Abundance is confirmed OP. Don't worry about that one too much. That one's kind of like a for fun one. It's kind of like the solve percentage. It's not really something I think you should like super go into. You can do notes. You can actually edit if you want to literally go through and change every single value here. You actually can. Like and this is actually insane how much went into here. Like this is all Gecko. This is all Gecko. He went through and did the shit fucking manually. He just sat there and manually did all this. Like, yeah. So if you want to do it and you disagree, fucking go for it. You know, you can even add like custom methods and stuff. So you can actually add like your own stuff. Um, this is cool. What can I say? My guy Gecko, bro, the randomizer. We can start choosing different regions. Pretty big, pretty big. You know, Zaya, terrible randomizer, absolutely terrible randomizer. What can I say? But yeah, it's pretty cool. If you want to do your randomizer, you can do that. Roll your own stuff, have fun with it. So it looks pretty damn clean here. You know, wow, we got 3 raids. What the heck is this? This thing is absolutely cooked. All right, abundance, nice. 3 raids. Hey, this is my build. What the heck? Damn. Hey, this is my build. What the heck? All right. It knows. It knows. It knows. This is a link to Discord. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, why are the UI sounds? Oh, it's for the randomizer. Gotcha. Um, this thing, I think this one is not quite finished yet. I think it shows like what kind of quests. Oh, the way this works, it will show you quests that will be. Okay, hold on. I think the randomizer just continuing to play noises. This will actually show you what quests you will auto unlock when you complete it. Because if you want to complete it ahead of time before you unlock it, so in this case, like Garden of the Death is auto completed when you do the desert, right? And again, we kind of need to see more information on. I don't know if this is 100% up to date, but like it will tell you like before you do it, go get Garden of Death done, get your farming XP. Because I remember I think I screwed that up last year. I forgot to do Fight Arena and Waterfall, and then I unlocked the desert, and I had all of that messed up. Was it all filled in by hand? I'm pretty sure like 95% of this stuff was filled in by hand. I think Gecko said that they were using like the OSRS. They were using the like API and stuff and pulling from the wiki for a lot of it. So it's not like they literally sat there and found out every single piece of information about the game. But like a lot of this is a lot of this is done by hand. Let's look at Snapegrass. You guys are saying like Snapegrass, for example, right? Oh, and it's not going to show regions that you don't have, by the way. So because I have Zaya, Desert, Mauritania, right? It's only going to show me in those regions. Like here was Karumja, here is Mauritania stuff, like, and if we wanted to change it to like, let's say instead of Mauritania, change to like the Wildy, I might have to do this again. Yeah, we just hit enter again. New Snapegrass locations and whatnot. Pretty cool. I don't know how well this thing actually works. I haven't messed around with these caves yet because the caves are kind of hard. But yeah, I don't know if this is all gonna go. Okay. Anyways, yeah, here's the hobgoblins that you'll find. So yeah, nothing. Wait, is there really no Snapegrass in Varlamore? Oh, there's just like one item spawn here. Freaking Gecko doesn't know about the one Snapegrass spawn in the house. What a silly little guy. Do we have the option to toggle Karumja? No, but let's say you want to look at it like before any Karumja stuff, right? You can slide it down to the very bottom, and then it will only show you things in Varlamore. That's what the progress bar is for. Like you'll basically move it so that it'll show you roughly like what things you have access to at the time and what kind of methods you have. This is basically just assuming you're like right here, for example. Again, super approximation, right? Don't take it like literally, but it's like roughly like base tens and stuff like that. No access to Karumja, and then you'll be able to look up like, okay, well, what kind of like tin ore can I get, right? Or let's look at coal, and then boom, there's all your coal, and it's not going to show it for the rest of the map. You can just kind of focus in on this stuff: moss giants, rocks. You can filter, right? Let's say we don't want to. Let's say we only want coal from skilling and shops and spawns. Well, there you go. Right here are the rocks. Here are the rocks. All that stuff. Okay. Yeah, let me put up a link again. Again, that's League. It's super easy because it's leaguesplanner.com. Oh, I was about to just link you guys 7,000 character message. So leaguesplanner.com. I'm gonna put it up as well, and I'll put it in the Discord. So well, actually, Gecko might have already done that. Not gonna lie, so that guy's on it. So let me pin this, and let me pin it on YouTube as well. One sec, I forget. Um, yeah, and I'll probably change the title as well so we can have that up and ready to go. But yeah, guys, everybody, please make sure to thank Gecko. They've done a really good job. I'm actually blocking this. This is messed up. But if you guys want to donate to them, you know, shout out to Gecko. They've been working pretty hard on this for like months and months and months. So I would definitely recommend you guys like it. If you enjoy it, send them some love. Make sure to hang out in the Discord, probably getting all the feedback and stuff there, and then just changing things as it goes as well. So okay. Um, why did I click on the light theme and then be surprised when I flashbang myself? Yeah, I don't. I would recommend. Okay, let me just. Do you want to do a quick little flashbang? Oh my, jeez, not at 6 a.m. in the morning. Not at 6 a.m. That's way too early for that. Jeez, we need a warning on that one. All right. Yeah, hopefully you guys like it. I'll be using it throughout. And I think it'll just be a nice way to kind of get some of your questions and whatnot done. What have we got? We got an hour until the next one. Or not an hour till the next reveal. An hour till the next till first reveal of the day, right? We haven't had a reveal yet. 6 a.m. Are you from Hawaii? No, I mean, I guess it's closer to 7 a.m. right now. I was just looking at it's like 6:50 right now. So yeah, just chilling for now, waiting. And say two reveals. I think it's gonna be two reveals. Yeah, it just makes sense to me that every single day now we're probably gonna get two, right? Is this available for the public? I believe it is, right? It's there. Give me 1 second. I want to throw it in the Discord as well. And then we'll be good to go. I'll probably go back do some barrows. All right, boom. Should be good now. The Herblore tab is goaded, but it doesn't track everything. Yeah, there are some things that are a little bit weird, mainly because some stuff is really weird to like. There's some stuff that's actually really hard to like come up with, right? It's not all just the same information, right? Like for Herblore, it's a little different. For some methods, like it's just not everything has the like farming, for example, will show you some of these like trees and all that stuff, right? So some of the tabs are actually like still a work in progress that we'll kind of iterate on. And I think that was kind of the discussion that we had yesterday. Gecko is kind of talking to me about like, like showing me through it and showing me all that stuff. And I think we ultimately both agreed that we would rather have it out earlier with issues as opposed to like waiting a week trying to figure out literally every single tiny little thing and make it like absolutely perfect. Rather just get that shit out and then over like the next 2 weeks as feedback comes in. Because like honestly, maybe somebody just has a really good idea on how to do this Herblore tab properly or how to like fix some of the stuff or maybe like there's some stuff here that's not right. And like listen, like I love Gecko. All right. Gecko is amazing. There were some times last year where Gecko and I would just sit there for an hour, like talking about what color to make a certain button. And I think both of us are not the best at that. Like, and so we get lost in the little details sometimes, So this year we're trying to move away from the little details, focus on the macro and you know, that's where most of my like, I guess, most of my feedback, because again, I haven't done any of this shit. Okay, this is just my feedback. Most of my feedback has been focused on that, and then I'll let you guys figure out like this shade of orange is too small. You guys can figure that out. Like you guys can do that. All right, all right. Do we get back into it? Back into Barrows runs for a bit? After we spent an hour choosing a color, another person came up with a banger, and then we just changed it. That is true. Yeah, we spent an hour coming up with a color, and then 2 minutes later, somebody just suggested something better. So hope we get a good reveal today. Husky said it's a juicer, so that's pretty cool. New relic, the juice. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I feel like if I was a JMod, and I feel like I do the same thing every single time we get a reveal, I usually will hype it up and be like, guys, I think today's gonna be like a real crazy one. Oh, I saw this question earlier. Have people looked at the tech of abundance and very fast, small experience drops? So this is something that like was kind of the idea of equilibrium, right? Is equilibrium would benefit from multi-skilling, small, quick experience drops, and it opened up things like that. I don't think that for abundance you should think about that because, like, right now, I don't believe that there's any real like method that actually matters because the equilibrium bonus of abundance is so tiny that you're not really going to value it very much. Like it's never going to be worth going out of your way for, and you'll get more value out of just doing better training methods by taking advantage of the plus 10 higher level, right? So that's what I would recommend. Don't think about it. It will help, but not enough to like deviate from like normal training methods. It buffs mixology a decent amount. Yeah, it does, but it's not enough to make mixology like better herblore than just spam printing out potions. That's you're still just gonna want to do potions if you can, you know? It will make mixology better. It'll help a lot for that stuff, but yeah. I do kind of want to watch that video, by the way. Okay, let me pull up the video after this, and then I guess we can watch that. Basically, there's been like a video I've seen going around of equilib or not equilibrium of abundance. Yo, it's Dan Ice Cream Cone. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate that one. I support you. I binge your videos during leagues. Dude, I'm glad. I'm glad. It's always a good time. Guys, I feel like I've started binge watching videos from previous leagues. Okay. I was This morning, I started getting leagues for videos in my YouTube algorithm. How cursed is that? How absolutely cursed. Idea Echosarachnus that drops a modifier to the herb sac to turn it into a friendly forager pouch. I would love to see like skilling echo items eventually added, but that's like a bigger that's like something that maybe might not happen like this year, especially because we've already seen that like the echo bosses coming back have not they have like weapons and stuff. And it would be kind of weird if some regions had like a skilling echo item, some had like a weapon and stuff, but it would be really cool to see that again coming back with like skilling items instead, or maybe they add more echo bosses down the line. I don't really expect to see like new echo bosses every time though, because my guess is that echo bosses are a lot of dev time, and um like I feel like we were really blessed to get 9 echo bosses for last leaks. Like that's if you guys actually think about that, the fact that they developed like 9 new bosses for leagues is like that's just crazy, crazy, crazy to me, you know? Like insane. And also there's like raids 4 happening right now. So I imagine that they probably didn't want to split like I know like Mod Arcane, for example. I think he did some of the Echo bosses from Leagues 5. And he's working on raids 4, right? So like listen, as much as I love Leagues and I enjoy it, and I think Echo bosses are really cool, I feel like we can all confidently say that I would rather have like the best boss designers at Jagex working on raids 4 than working on like League's 6 Echo bosses round 2, you know? Like I don't think it's controversial. It for sure takes time, but I wonder how much less since there isn't really much scaling. Yeah, there I almost see it as like a I see it as like it was a fun way for them to develop some new ideas and maybe like stress test how fast they could design like simple versions of bosses without needing to worry as much about balancing. And I think that's pretty cool. Like I like that, you know? Like I wouldn't be surprised if some of those echo bosses was like afternoon, right? Which I don't think most bosses are that fast. I don't care about the main game at all. I only play for leagues. Even if that is the case, which I know it is for a lot of people, like raids 4 will be in the next leagues, right? So we kind of want raids 4 to be as good as possible and as fun as possible, because having a raid in a region, if that raid is not good, it's actually like it changes a lot. And keep in mind, raids 4 is basically going to be in Misthalin, which means that if we get a new starting region for League 7, I actually think Misthalin gets enough there, right? Misthalin might actually get enough with raids 4 being there, and like maybe they put Fossil Island and stuff there. I don't know. It starts to look like an actually good region, you know? Desert was basically empty as hell, you know, and then I got like TOAs. I feel like a lot of people still would say TOA is just carrying that entire zone. So we'll see. The raid will probably be delayed a leagues like sailing was. I don't think that's true because I don't think that was the case for Leagues 4. Leagues 4 happened relatively fast after TOA release, and it was there. Sailing to me, the problem that sailing has is that sailing isn't finished yet, right? So it's a little harder to integrate and implement sailing into seasonal formats before it's completed because it changes a lot of different things. And a great example of that is let's say they wanted to break up the ocean into a bunch of different regions, right? So every region has its own sea. That's like a big thing I've seen, right? Well, what do you do about the fact that like half the ocean isn't even unlocked yet? Like how do we just do we just say fuck the desert? Like, look at this, right? Okay, let's say this is like Varlamore's ocean, and this is like Kandarin's ocean. So you just say like fuck the desert. You just say like fuck Mauritania. You just don't get this. You just don't get to do sailing, like right? Wieldy, just nothing, right? It's a little bit more awkward, and that's why I think it's okay. I just don't. I don't think that would make for the best PR statement. Yeah, without getting too speculative, I don't think it would make for the best PR statement to say like, yeah, we're not including leagues because it's not done yet. You know, like it's just yeah, I would make sure you just can't port at non-unlocked regions. That's what I was hoping and expecting them to do. But again, I can understand it's still a lot of time that it needs to develop, and I feel like it's probably better to just work on that and then bring it in, you know, when it's fully ready. Yeah. Maybe the oceans themselves are their own region. I don't think I would want a case like that where sailing as a skill requires a region unlock, you know? That doesn't seem great. The fact that like you would need to unlock sailing as a region. But like one thing I thought about was a Twisted Reloaded that had Varlamore, Karend, right? So like if you guys like Twisted Leagues was just Karend, right? Just Zaya or whatever. Or I don't know. I call it Karend Zaya. It doesn't matter. But like a Twisted Reload, which had Karend, Varlamore, and the entire ocean and the islands. But so it was none of the mainland. All the mainland is just gone. This is all gone. Everything is gone. You know? So it could be cool. Oh, one sec. I want to quickly dude, there was like one other thing I wanted to do. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then I think we'll watch the video on abundance. I'll try to get my takes on it, and then in about 50 minutes now, we should get the next reveal. So I will be right back. Give me one moment. Okay. Let me bring up the video real fast. I don't think there's actually any like video. It's just the dude chatting, which is that's exactly what I do. So pretty sweet. All right, one moment. All right, I'll put it right here. Can you guys see that? Is that good right there? I'll cut off the tabs here. Okay. Um. Okay, so this is a video. It's by Sir Eel. Deep diving why abundance is so good. Still underrated. So I want to see it. From what I understand, they don't talk about the text or anything like that. The video itself has nothing. That's why I'm keeping it kind of small over there. because I think it's just them talking. You know what I mean? So does that make sense? Like I don't. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Let me know. Let me know what the volume is like. Hopefully, it's fine. I'll play it right now. I'll probably do like my barrels run still, but I'll keep it kind of quiet and I'll just talk over it. Pause when something interesting happens. Okay.
About abundance. Abundance is,
Wait.
okay, so I want to talk about abundance. Abundance is one of the tier 1 relics in demonic packs, and I think it is far and away the
Do you guys hear that? Is that fine? Is that okay? Let me know if it's too quiet. Okay.
best relic of the tier 1s, and it's also just like a ridiculously ridiculous.
He said it's the best tier 1. All right. Video's done. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm not going to do that. But yeah.
Ridiculously good relic in its own right. It's way better than any relic we usually get in the tier 1 slot. This relic is fantastic. It's so good. And it's being, people are saying like, oh, it seems pretty good. It seems like it might be, on par at least with the other tier 1s. No, it's not on par with the other tier 1s. It's way better than the other tier 1s. I really, really disagree with the assessment that a lot of people are giving this relic. Um, even people who think this relic's pretty good, I think that's a bad assessment. I think this relic is fantastic, and it's driving me crazy watching all these videos, which I think are focusing on the wrong things, or just sort of doing a brief thing like explaining some of the good effects, but then not sort of seeming to care about how how important those effects actually are. So I just want to go through and I feel like give this relic its dues because I think this relic is really fantastic and it's not getting proper analysis. So I want to go through and really try and give proper analysis here. This is probably going to be a little bit of a rambling video. So to start, I'm just going to summarize my thoughts, and then afterwards, I'm going to
I've
actually
been there, brother.
get into
I know what that's like.
sort of the numbers of it and how I came to these conclusions. But to start, my thoughts, just to give an idea of like how good I think this is, we can break this down to 3 effects. We've got all the non-combat skills being boosted by 10. Second is every time you receive an XP drop, gain an additional 2 XP. And third is for every XP, gain 2 times as many coins. I'm going to start with this one because I don't actually care about this one. In the summary, basically, this.
What, just say fuck me. Just at me next time, brother. This fucking guy, dude. What? Are you kidding me? I feel like I've been personally attacked. Unbelievable. When he said freaking YouTube content creators saying it's good, but they don't know. Hey, bud, get in here. All right, let's have a chat. That 2 XP matters to some of us.
Kind of sucks. This is not doing a whole lot for you. I'll go through the numbers later, but what you can treat this as is in the very, very early game, you can treat this as a 5 to 10 or 5 to 20% XP boost in all of your skills, which is actually pretty good since
Okay, well, this guy, it is good.
There are 24 skills, so 5 to 20% XP boost in all of them is pretty cool.
Sorry, I'll stop pausing. I'll stop pausing. I'm sorry.
You're pretty rapidly getting to the late game. Even in the mid game, what this turns into is rather than that, it's more like a 1 to 2%, usually actually more towards 1% boost to all of your skills. So it's not good. Like it's not good enough to actually make, like, it's not like Equilibrium where it like makes different training methods viable. This doesn't make any new training method viable. The 2 XP is just not big enough. And in the late game, the 2 XP is just such a small amount that it really, really doesn't make a huge difference in basically anything that you're doing at all. So you can basically treat this as, an extra 1% experience in all 24 skills. So this is not good. This is not, who cares about this? This is not important.
Okay, the only thing I kind of want to emphasize here is I do agree. I think on first glance, I overvalued it. I think I even said in the video that I did the math wrong, which is my fault. Okay, you guys can laugh at me and you can call me stupid. I do feel though that a lot of people are just looking at the numbers and they're comparing it, but they're not actually giving it like the proper credit of the fact that you're getting this literally at level 1. It is so much better having the power of equilibrium at level 1. It will significantly boost how fast you're getting all your levels to 20, 30, 40 or whatever, right? You'll hit some of those milestones like very, very quickly, especially for the stuff that you might not have a lot of. So like things like Herbivore and stuff, it actually will matter a lot more than I think people are like thinking about, Yeah. So just wanted to put that out there.
important. The other two effects are way, way, way more important. Okay, so this one is actually the big dog. This is the one that you should really be caring about. By far, this is the most interesting of the effects, which
Yeah, sorry. The other before again, I'm sorry. The other thing I wanted to talk about is I do feel like I skimmed over the boosted stats like way, way, way too much. That's on me. I feel bad. I think I just kind of was like, oh yeah, that's a good effect, and I sort of just took it for granted that like I should have stressed that more basically, and that's my bad, and I do apologize.
are included here. All non-combat skills are permanently boosted by 10. We've seen something like this before, but this always gets undervalued. This is ridiculously, ridiculously strong. What this is doing is essentially meaning that for every skill-gated task in leagues, which is, let's be honest, in leagues, it's for the most part, that's why you're training your skills, is so that you can get to that skill-gated task. For every single skill-gated task in leagues, you now only have to get to that level minus 10. What that means experience-wise is that you only need to get 37% of the experience that you would normally need to get in order to do that task. Because
That's a good number, 37%.
if we look at the experience chart here, every time we look at a level, right, and then we look at the level 10 below it, it's about 37%. So all of a sudden, you're cutting the top half and half plus another bit off of every single skill that you're training, every non-combat skill that is. It's incredible. It's such a huge time save. You know, this doesn't really directly, in a straightforward way, actually boost your experience per hour. But given that now when you train to level 75, practically speaking, you've actually trained to level 85, you can sort of pretend that this is giving you like a 2 point something, I don't know, probably 2.2 times experience multiplier on every experience you gain in any non-combat skill, because every non-combat skill level you get is actually effectively the same as that level plus 10. It's so good. It's going to save you so much time. Um, if you're comparing this to like Barbarian Gathering, I don't know what the math is, but probably if you looked at, how much it affects the skills that it affects, it probably, maybe it for woodcutting, mining, and fishing, it might have them be like 4 times as fast with this. This is not going to be 4 times as fast for all skills, but it's like more than 2 times fast, and it's more than 2 times fast for 18 skills. Like that's so that's so much. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's such a good ability, and that's only one part of it. The other part of it, which is admittedly a little smaller, but training is actually quite a bit faster when your skills are boosted by 10. Essentially, what this is going to do is this is going to unlock faster skilling methods for you, and this is also going to, when you're doing something like fishing, where each action has a chance to succeed or fail, it's also going to make you more likely to succeed. I'll go through the numbers later, but as for general idea, essentially, like, you can basically view this as also increasing the experience you're gaining on all of your non-combat skills by about 10% whenever you're training them. It's probably more, to be honest, but just as a realistic sort of lowball estimate, we could say 10% boost. Okay, so that's what that is, and then finally we get for every XP gain, get twice as many coins.
Real quick before we go into the gold section, um, and again, I don't want to sound like I'm like nitpicking at the video and stuff. I think just because they're coming at it with like a very positive light, I kind of want to counter some of the things, right? So hopefully you guys don't think I'm like trying to shit on abundance and stuff like that. For the most part, I agree with them that it's very, very busted, right? Um, However, okay, just to give a bit of a counterpoint, I don't know if I always love the idea of talking about how like you're getting like 3 times the experience because for a lot of people, like depending on what your goals are, a lot of people will go for like the level 99s in all skills. This is something I almost every single leagues will do. I try to max because I find it to be very fun maxing in leagues, right? That's something I enjoy. The plus 10 does not really like you're not like getting 250 times your experience or whatever if you're getting to level 99 anyways, right? You would have to get there, right? Now you can get away. Like you don't have to max. You don't have to get 99 to some of your skills, right? You don't have to get 99 what's it called? in certain skills. Like let's say you like don't want to do 99 fishing. That's fine, right? You don't have to do that, right? But a lot of people will go for that, even just outside, just because it's like easy to skill instead of just grinding. And even like for me, like I'm going for Dragon Cup. I'm probably not going to be getting 99 in all my skills. Um, right. Yeah. Now, the thing that you should be focusing on is the fact that you get better training methods earlier. That's actually pretty important, especially in the early game. You can really start to break away and get the good shit fast. And I think that like that's the only thing I would say is I wish that they had focused more on that instead of looking at it like mathematically and actually calculating like getting those faster rates earlier. That's a lot harder to do. Like that's much harder to do, and that is kind of like a vibe thing. I'm sure somebody can math it out. I don't. I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys the exact numbers on that. The other thing is because it does speed you up getting those tasks done. It can accelerate you to the higher experience passives as well. I just kind of think that's more of what you should be thinking about is getting to those. But again, that's a little bit harder to math out, and I'm not gonna pretend like I have any idea how much that actually is. But I would take that like what do they say like 37%. I would take that with like a grain of salt when you're thinking about that. It's not quite that, if that makes sense. Right? Um yeah. Any questions on that or are we good? Oh, also one more thing about the better training methods. I don't actually know how much the better training methods matter for most skills. I probably have to go through and think about them. But like for Slayer, it doesn't really matter for Slayer. For um, Construction, I kind of, but I don't think that really is going to be crazy. Hunter, it's pretty good. Fletching, probably not crazy because you're probably doing like broader fletching and stuff like that. Anyways, thieving could probably help depending on what you're doing. Um, the big ones that you get like better training methods are usually like your gathering skills. Anyways, that's the ones that I think about the most. Like when he talked about like having a higher level gives you a better chance. Like that's mostly true for your gathering skills. So I don't know if that's a fair thing to compare. But again, it does do a lot of different things. For thieving, agility, like getting those can be really good. Like Sepulcher. Oh, I don't even know if you can boost for Sepulcher too, which is also something that you have to consider, right? You can't always boost for everything. You can't boost for a Thermi task, for example, right? You can boost for like a Cerberus task, and that's really, really good, you know? But remember that boosted Slayer level doesn't always allow you to like you still need the task, right? So for the purpose of training, it's not always good. For some bosses, it can be really good. Again, like Cerberus, or what's another example? Getting a Raxor, actually. This is something you could do is you could get a Raxor at essentially 81, right? Or 82. 82, you pick up a spider task, take 200 of it, and then do Araxites. That's like, but it's not just this like blatant plus 10. You have to be a little bit careful with thinking about it that way. There are exceptions to the rule. So yeah. Things like like I don't think rune crafting gets much from plus 10. Even things like cooking doesn't really get much benefit from plus 10 because most of the time when you train these, you're not always doing like the super giga methods. You're just like cooking caramel and all day or something. Like I don't know if that actually matters as much as this is being hinted at. So yeah, and especially for the fast stuff. Like if you're gonna get construction up, you're probably gonna get 99, 50 mil construction anyways. So it's kind of irrelevant for those. Yeah. Talking about abundance. Yeah, we're watching this video on abundance. I'm just trying to give a little bit of counters. Again, I don't want you guys to think that I'm like sitting here like shitting on the guy or saying they're wrong. I agree for the most part. I'm just taking sort of like the other side just to offer a bit of a counterpoint rather than sitting here saying like, yeah, it's good. I do think it is the best tier 1.
So this again is ridiculously good. What this is this is essentially exactly as good as the money generating in Golden God, except the only thing that it doesn't do is that it doesn't give you such a ridiculous amount of money that you can do the construction methods where you're training using things that cost like 10 mil, right?
That's
like
pretty
you're
true.
not going to have enough money to do that, but for every other use case you need money, you will have enough money to do that thing by the time that you unlock the thing. Like every time you want to buy something, you will already have enough money to buy it. You will never, ever, ever need to think about money in this leagues if you choose this. You will always, always have enough money. There's a reason this is called abundance. Money is going to be in abundance. You are never going to be like, oh, maybe I need to go train a little bit, get a little more experience before I can buy this. by the time you unlock something, you will always have enough money to buy as many of it as you need, always, except for that crazy construction stuff. So this is just as good as the money generation of Golden God. If you were excited about the money generation in Golden God, you should be excited about this. You know, the construction thing is a downside. That was a great part of Golden God, but that wasn't ultimately the, entire Golden God. And this is everything but the construction. This is just as good. The only thing it also doesn't solve, it doesn't solve prayer like Golden God did. One, doesn't really matter. We're in Varlamore, we have bone shards, we're going to have good ways to train prayer, and additionally, prayer also gets an additional experience multiplier because of leagues, because it's a combat skill. Magic, it solves magic too, but who cares? Like, okay, let's do AFK magic. You can.
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but I actually think the 0-time magic helps a lot. Okay, I know for a fact that I'm gonna be fucking alching nature runes for like 10 hours on day one. That's just gonna be miserable. Okay, I wish this thing would auto. That thing is busted. Okay, um, I don't think that there are a lot of gold methods that need like infinite gold, but there are more than they listed. Construction is a big one. Crystal Crown is a very big one. Yeah, Crystal Crown is a really big one in Tyrannwyn. I think that's 250 mil. Also, with infinite gold, you could do crafting and smithing shenanigans in Tyrannwyn. You might still be able to do that, but it's probably not as likely. I think I saw somebody calculate it out to be like 8 bill or something like that for 50 mil smithing and crafting. Not like you need it. I think it's like 2 bill for 99 smithing and crafting. But basically, what you would do is you would buy crystal shards and whatnot, and then take them back down, or you would buy like crystal shields, like dismantle them into crystal shards, and then you just keep crafting like crystal armor seeds over and over and over and over and over again, right? Or you could get thieving as well, but again, that requires the thieving relic, right? So there's a gold solve there as well, and you're not going to be able to do that. Yo, Jexos with the prime sub, thank you, appreciate that one. Yeah, I don't think there's any other like big gold ones. Maybe you won't have enough gold to like buy your onyx right away, but it should still be like, it's what I think is it 2 mil for Brimhaven Dungeon? I don't know exactly how much the onyxes cost. For the most part, though, you should have enough. Also, it's not going to take too much time to actually like get going. Like with Golden God, you have to like go back and like keep buying like rune items and stuff. It's actually kind of nice that you don't have to do it. You just start getting it passively 0 time. So it might be a little bit delayed on some of those money tasks, but for the most part, they're absolutely right that it's going to give you just as much gold as Golden God did, with just a couple of exceptions, things like the construction methods and yeah.
Already AFK magic. Like, just go to crap. Solving magic is nothing. Magic is already solved. So this is basically like as good as Golden God minus construction. This one effect, not this whole relic, this single effect. So if you combine all of this, like all of these, like the reason I think this is so ridiculously good is this is cutting the top half of every skill off. Essentially, like you can pretend that you're training every skill more than twice as fast, and you also get an additional 10% experience boost in every skill. This is giving you an additional 1% experience boost in every skill, and this is the money generation from Golden God. If you combine all those, it's one of the best relics we've ever seen. It's a ridiculously good relic. So that's the summary. Don't underrate it. I know I already rambled a little bit, but now I'm going to sort of like go on and go through the individual pieces and actually go through the math.
Okay, that's fun. I didn't
for
do
each
that,
piece
so
to sort of talk about, why I think the things that I think. So if you're interested in the math, if you don't believe me, keep watching. All right. Okay.
Oh, one thing I did want to add, because somebody said like we get the crabs, just AFK your magic. I think that that's a terrible argument. By the way, I think that's a terrible argument to say that you can just 0 time your math AFK, because the whole point of Endless Harvest is you could be doing all of your gatherings and getting 50 mils in them, right? So that makes no sense. Like that is, yeah, that's that doesn't make sense to me, because you would, right? Yeah. So wait, what happened?
Okay, so the first thing I quickly want to talk about is why this doesn't matter. Every time you receive an XP drop, gain an additional 2 XP. So in order to evaluate this, we can sort of just treat this as, we can sort of just like look at XP drops and look at how much of a percentage an additional 2 XP would make, and then we can sort of be like, okay, well this is This is then how much of an experience boost that's actually giving us. So if we look right at the very, very beginning of the game, because that's when this is going to be somewhat kind of noticeable, we can see how big the experience drops are here, right? So if we go to, like, I don't know, let's go to shrimps. When you cook a shrimp, it gets 30 experience. When you fish a shrimp, it gets 10. When you cut a log, it gets 25. When you cook a log, it gives you 4. When you burn a log, it gives you 40, right? So for the most part, for early game XP drops, what you're going to see is they tend to be in between 10 XP and 40 XP at the very, very start of the game. If you add an additional 2 to this, what that's going to end up being is it's going to be an additional 5% to an additional 20% of XP on each action, which is actually pretty good given that it's affecting 24 skills, right? So at the very, very, very early game, you can kind of be like, okay, I'm getting an extra, 20%, 5%, whatever, experience in every skill. That's actually pretty good. But what makes this actually pretty useful is that this is only really going to, impact you substantially for like the first, I don't know, hour or two of the time you're playing. Because when you start to unlock higher level methods, you're going to get more XP per drop, and this 2 XP is going to become much, much, much more negligible. It doesn't matter that it's getting multiplied by the League's XP multiplier, it just isn't big enough to matter. So if we look at Redwood logs, right? Just for an example of like when you're really in the late game to show how little this matters, this yields 380 experience per log. 382 versus 380, you're not noticing that. That's like 0.5%. Same with burning them. This gives you 350. If you're looking at anglerfish, each catch is 120 fishing experience. Cooking an anglerfish, where is that? I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's somewhere on here. Oh yeah, 230 experience for cooking this. So you're getting like an extra like 2-ish% here. You're getting an extra 1% here. What you're gonna see is when you look at like late game activities, you're pretty rapidly getting up to activities which give you like an extra. They're giving you like 100 to 200, sometimes up to 400 experience per drop. When you're doing those, all of a sudden this 2 XP really doesn't matter. You're getting like an extra maybe 1% per drop, maybe 2% per drop, but realistically probably closer to 1%. And given that in RuneScape, the higher levels take up a much bigger portion of training time, you're really, really going to be at the point where this is giving you like a 1% boost for a lot longer than this is giving like a 5 to 20% boost in each skill. So therefore, that's why I think that you should evaluate this as though it's essentially giving you a 1% XP boost in every single skill. Non-combat skill.
I would say don't even think about it as 1%. It's just gonna help you early game. That's all. It's just gonna make your first like couple hours a little bit smoother. You don't even think about the 2 experience. It's helpful in the early game. That's all I would say. Like, because 1% it doesn't fucking matter. It's not relevant.
Sorry. Okay, now I want to talk about the actual good abilities. So we're going to talk about this one. This is the one that I'm really, really excited by. So as I mentioned, what this is going to do, for leagues, by far the main reason to train your skills is so that, on this task list, where not every skill, but a ton of these tasks have a level associated with them. Now the level you need to do every single one, not every one of these, there are probably some that you can't boost, but almost every one of these, now you only need that level -10. So blow 100 light orbs, right? 87 crafting, now it's 77. This is now 65 construction. We go down to the really good tasks, right? We go down to the 200s. Not the 99s, you can't do those. But make a super combat potion, now that's 80 herblore. Fletch 100 dragon javelins, now that's 82 fletching. Now this is 65 crafting, right? All of these, which previously required this amount of levels, which might be the main reason you're training crafting, wood cutting, etc., now you only need that level -10. If you are not training a skill to 99, that means you can now stop training that skill 10 levels earlier. If you were stopping training that skill 10 levels earlier...
That's an important distinction to make. That, again, if you are planning on going to 99, then it doesn't really, it doesn't matter as much, right? Let's say we did have Golden God, for example. Okay, let's just pretend for a world that we have, Golden God, okay? Just as an example, right? Or, we could look at, the Woodsman, right? Woodsman, where you get the fletching and stuff. You're probably going to go to 50 mil fletching with that anyways. So at that point, it's completely irrelevant, right? So I do want to kind of put that there. The other thing, this is also kind of important. It's going to come down to the task list. I agree with things like I think there was like below 100 light orbs, right? That's like 87 crafting. You get that done at 77. And I agree with super combat potions. You get that 10 levels earlier. That's really big. What I don't agree with is when it comes to things like chop 100 U logs and barbarian gathering fucking clears those so hard, right? Because if you're a 50 woodcutting trying to chop 100 U logs, good fucking luck. You're going to be there for a while, right? Whereas barb gathering just gets to blow through that. You get to do your magics and stuff like same thing with redwoods, right? I think there's a task to chop a redwood, but then there's chop 500 redwood logs. Okay, you're not chopping 500 redwood logs. Like that's going to take you a much longer time, a much longer time, you know. So it's not nearly as beneficial for those. It is only for 3 skills though. But yeah, I would say that for things like that, it can be a little bit like don't get. I'm just saying like don't be careful with those. Be careful with those because I kind of think some people might get baited into like, oh, there's like a catch 100 swordfish. Just ignore that. Just don't do the 100 swordfish. I would say focus on other things instead, if that makes sense. Like at least early on, like you get more benefit from production prodigy, or because that's like what the effect is, or skilling prodigy. I think that's what the effect is. That gives you +10. You get more benefit from that for like static skills that are just skill checks instead of that have like some kind of percentage. So like any kind of like thieving or anything like that. Like just be a little careful with those and focus on the one-offs, and that's where you'll get more value out of. Yeah, you don't want to be doing like 200 magic logs or something like that. That's going to be tough. Yeah.
Earlier, rather than training until 700k experience, you were training until 270k experience. Rather than training until 9 mil experience, you are training to 3 mil experience. It is a huge difference. It's cutting 60% off of every skill because you only need to train to 40% of what you would usually need to train for to do the same tasks. If you were only training that skill to a certain level to do a task, that is saving you more than half of the experience that you would train in that skill. Functionally, you can view that as giving you an over 2 times experience boost in every single skill that you are not immediately.
I don't think you should think about that number. That seems wrong. Thinking about it as a 2 times experience boost, I would disagree with that evaluation. That not quite.
Really trying to get 99 on. It is so good. It's huge. 2 times, 2 times the experience on, again, over 2 times. I'm underestimating things here just so people don't think I'm trying to blow this out of proportion. But if you see 2 times experience on 18 skills, that's like as though you were training 1 skill, to do what I did with this one. That's like as if you were training 1 skill like 36 times as fast. It's so good. It's ridiculous. Oh wait, no, maybe it'd be 18 times as fast. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's huge. It's fucking massive. It's so good. It's ridiculous. Okay, so that's that part of it. And then I also mentioned that what this also does is it also functionally increases your XP per hour. And let me show you how that is. For one, this is going to increase your XP per hour because you are going to much more rapidly unlock higher level skilling methods, which you would usually only be able to do if you had 10 higher levels.
Yep. Sure,
for example, you'll unlock Teaks earlier, you'll unlock Karmbons earlier, stuff like that. But the other thing is that for all of these actions you're actually doing, a lot of them do directly scale experience rates with the level that you are. So if we actually go to, for example, we look at like woodcutting training, right? Or this is, let's look at fishing first. Look at fishing training. This is fishing Karmbons, right? If we look at the experience per hour for fishing Karmbons, every time you're going up 10 levels, you are gaining an extra about 10% of the experience. So this is a 10% gain. This is a 10% gain over 80. This is a little less than a 10% gain over 90, right? So that's that. Let's look at Teaks. Okay, we look at Teaks. We go down to without take manipulation, right? This is 10%. This is way more than 10% from 50. This is substantially more than 10% from 60. Again, this is 10%. This is about 10%, and then this is a little less than 10%. So you're always getting an extra 10% per 10 levels, right? Same with thieving. We go look at Knights of Ardi. Again, these are actually giving you way more. This is like 25% per 10 levels. So this compared to now you're going to get this rate instead. This compared to now you're getting this rate instead, right? You're always getting at least at a minimum an extra 10% experience per 10 levels that you get. And since you're 10 levels higher, when you're level 70, you're going to be getting this experience rate instead, which is way better. So anytime you're training anything, not anything, but like most things in the game.
Okay, I don't think it's most. I think it's literally like 3 skills. Well, no, okay, that's probably like, if I had to guess, it's probably like less than 10 skills that actually matters, right? Right? Like I don't think that this matters for like the majority of the skills actually. And the ones that matters the most is mining, fishing, and wood cutting. So, and even then, I think it's a little bit. I don't want to say it's. I don't know exactly how much it is. Like, let's say, for example, you're like power mining iron, because that's how I usually do 99 mining, or like how much stars get affected by it. I don't know if it's exactly 10%. There probably have to be a lot more numbers that you have to do here. That's how I see it. There's more numbers that have to happen here. You would probably just have to calculate like the expected time to reach a certain milestone, if that makes sense. I don't know if I like the math here. I might be wrong, but the math here seems a little generalized, I guess.
You are going to be getting these higher experience rates instead. So this is also just, in addition to letting you do your tasks earlier, this is also actually boosting the experience you're getting in your tasks, just not in a way that's quite as obvious. Let's look at Guardians of the Rift also, right? Because this is something different. Runecrafting isn't something where you're doing stuff that has like, a chance to succeed. So maybe you would think runecrafting is not as effective. No, wrong. This is also very effective, right? Compare what you're getting at level like 40 to 50 to 50 to 75. It's like, it's so much higher. And then, this is another, like 20% boost over this. This is another, like, I don't know, like basically 20% boost over this too. Or like 25%. It's huge. It's huge. So you're getting like not only.
Man, I feel really bad because I understand what he's saying, but a lot of the examples he brings up are just terrible examples, because if you're doing Guardians of the Rift, you are kind of trolling. Okay, Guardians of the Rift is not good in leagues, in my opinion. I don't think it's a good one to do, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it is. I don't know. It kind of depends. But I don't think it's a good one, right? Usually Guardians of the Rift kind of sucks, right? The rates are pretty damn bad. Like, I mean, like, again, we don't know what we get, but like last year with Banker's Note, you were getting like what, 12 million. Like, that's, dude, it was like 12 mil an hour. You know what I mean? Like, that is, oh, dude. That's why I don't know if comparing Guardians of the Rift is the best here.
Only are you getting to do all of your stuff way earlier, you were also going to get a really, really substantially boosted experience rate in all of the skills you're training by virtue of those skills being 10 higher. It's really, really good for training scaling. It's so good because this is affecting 18 skills. Like, it's huge, man. It's actually really, really big. So this effect is ridiculous. This effect by itself would definitely be strong enough to make this the strongest tier 1 relic. Maybe the strongest tier 1 relic we've gotten, like in any league. That's how strong this is. Don't underrate this. I know this isn't an exciting effect, but this is such a good effect. It's such a good effect. Okay, anyway, so that's that. Okay, last I want to talk about this ability. For every experience you gain twice as many coins. What my claim is that this is essentially just giving you infinite money, because anything you need to spend money on, you are already always going to have enough money to do that thing by the time you get there. And almost anything you spend money on, when you're actually processing that thing or using that thing you spent money on, you're going to make more money than you spent on it. So this is basically the case, except for like pretty much almost anything. The only thing this doesn't apply to is for those really, really ridiculous construction methods that use supplies that cost like 10 mil each, right? This isn't going to work for that. But everything else, you are always, no matter what point you are in the game, you're always going to have enough money to do what you need to do. So, for example, let's say in the early game, what might you need money for in leagues? Maybe you get 40 mining, you need like a rune pickaxe, right? So let's say we have 40 mining. Um, 40 mining, we have about 40k experience. We double this, we now have 80k coins. 80k coins, more than enough to buy a rune pickaxe. Same with wood cutting. By the time we get wood cutting, we'll have another 80k coins, more than enough to buy a rune hatchet. Some people might be like, okay, well, when I get 60 combats, how am I going to afford, all of my equipment that I need to train with? Like, how am I going to afford my dragon stuff? By the time you have 60 attack to wield dragon stuff, you are going to have about 300k experience. If you double that, you can have 600k coins at least, because that's not considering strength and defense and hit points and all the other skills you're training. You're going to have at least 600k coins. That's enough to buy your weapons. That's enough to buy all of your armor, right? This is going to be a consistent theme every time you ever need money to buy anything. By getting to that point, you're going to have that money you need. You will basically just be able to play this game pretending that money doesn't exist, because no matter what you're doing, you will always already have enough money to do it. Let's say you want to go like train magic doing barrages, right? Where am I? Okay, so if you're training magic doing barrages, how much does a barrage cost? Barrage costs, I don't know. Let's use this. We'll say it's, 1,300. We can even say it's higher than that. Well, let's, for example, say it's 1,300. How much experience do you get per barrage? You're getting 52 base. Given that you're probably barraging a group of enemies, you're probably going to end up getting at least 100 per barrage. Say you are at let's just average it out. Let's say you're at a 10x experience multiplier. That 100 experience you're getting per barrage turns into 1,000. With the doubling effect, then you get 2,000 coins per barrage. All of a sudden, now instead of your barrages costing money, every single barrage you get is just going to generate you more money than it cost. So you have infinite money for barrages. Barrages actually turn into something that create money. What's another thing you could spend money on when you're training in leagues? You might be like, okay, well, I want to buy broad bolts and, fletch them, right? So maybe I want to buy a broad bolt pack. I want to buy 100 broad bolts for 6k. Okay, so per 10 bolts, you're getting 30 XP. So per 100 bolts in the pack, you're getting 300 XP. Let's say, again, you're at a 10x multiplier. That's now 3,000 experience. When you double that, you're now getting 6,000 coins, which is exactly how much it costs to buy the bolts in experience. So this doesn't cost money anymore. This generates you exactly as much money as it costs just by the action of putting the feathers on the bolts. So this is just the case for everything you're going to be training in the entire leagues. No matter what, you will.
Wait, real quick. There's like less than 5 minutes left. We're gonna get the reveal real soon. I want to run to the bathroom super, super fast, and I'll give last thoughts on it. We'll finish it off, and then we should see the reveal in like 10 minutes, okay? But I want to run to the bathroom now, and then we'll finish it. So I'm gonna pause it 1 sec. I'll be right back, and then we'll go. Okay. Okay, let's finish it up. I'll give my
Will
thoughts.
always, 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 always have all of the money to buy whatever you want. You never need to worry about it. And for that reason, this effect is just as good as Golden God's money generating effect is outside of construction. Because yes, the cash stack isn't going to look quite as beautiful in your inventory. You're not going to have a max cash stack, but your cash stack will grow at exactly the rate you need it to buy every single thing you ever need. You literally click on this and then you forget money exists in this game. You click on this and it's basically like you just purchased Fire Sale. Like all of a sudden you can buy infinite things all the time without worrying about it at all. It's it's so good. It's so good. The other thing that's worth noting here is that money generating relics typically are really popular and they typically go against really, really strong relics. So if we look back at like Golden God went up against Reloaded. Reloaded literally let you choose any relic that you wanted out of the first three tiers. So obviously that's pretty strong. If we look back at Fire Sale, which is another money relic, that went up against Banker's Note. So all of these huge money generating relics, these always go up against very, very valuable relics. I would kind of be surprised if we don't end up seeing another money generating relic somewhere later down the line. I'd kind of be surprised if, they force you into a tier 1 relic if you want to generate money. And what that means is that if you choose this, you already have your money solved. So later on in the relic choices, when they, reveal another relic which generates money, all of a sudden you don't even have to think about that. You just get to choose whatever good thing it's up against because you already have your money solved. Again, the only downside at this is that this doesn't solve construction, which does kind of suck. But it still does help with construction. Because again, you're still going to be generating like a ton of money. You're going to have a lot. Let's say you choose like a farming relic and you can get 99 farming in like an hour. All of a sudden, that's 13 mil farming experience. You just gained 26 mil cash. So, you're still getting enough to do a lot of really expensive methods, and you're not just gonna have 199. You're gonna this is gonna be the case for a lot of skills. So it's really good. Okay, so that's everything I wanted to talk about. That's why I feel like this relic is so ridiculously good. I really don't want people to keep underrating it. I really, you don't have to choose it. You should choose the relic you're going to have the most fun with. Ultimately, the goal of leagues is to have fun. It's not to, be the best unless you're really racing. But if you're racing,
That
you
is
probably
true.
don't need this
Very
video
true.
anyway. Let's
You
be
should
real.
pick for fun.
So the point of the leagues is to have fun. But I just don't want people to get buyer's remorse. I don't want people to be like, oh, I chose this relic, but I only chose it because I didn't realize how strong this other relic was. So I really want people to really understand how strong this relic is, so that if you choose another relic, you don't end up with buyer's remorse later. This doesn't mean that you should absolutely choose this relic. Choose what you're going to have the most fun with. I will probably choose this, but there's a chance I don't because, Barbarian Gathering does seem really fun. So maybe I'll just end
Yep,
up wanting to
agreed.
do that for
I
fun
agree.
anyway.
Totally
So,
agree.
you know, this isn't to necessarily say you have to choose this, but please just realize how crazily strong this is. This is a really, really, really strong relic, and people need to give it more respect. Yeah, so anyway, I hope you enjoyed. I know this is a little rambly, but hopefully it was interesting. It's my first time really making a YouTube video, so it's been fun. Yeah, I like doing this sort of analysis, so if people enjoy it, if you have any other relics that you would like some input on, feel free to let me know in the comments. If I see another relic where the discussion online is really annoying me, like this one was, maybe I'll make a video like this again.
Okay.
Okay, thanks everybody, and have a good one. Bye.
I'm gonna link it. Like, guys, again, great video. Let me bring it up real fast. Let me show you guys very quickly. Again, that's Sir Eel. Honestly, I thought it was a good video. This is their first ever video. That's pretty good. I think, I always encourage and love when people give their thoughts on leagues. That's how I started. So, I highly encourage you guys, give them some support and stuff like that, because that's how I made my start, right? So it's cool to see, and I love that, and I will always support that. So, yeah, very cool. My kind of general thoughts on that is that I think that a lot of the arguments that they made were really like good and correct, and they focused on the right things. I kind of feel that the examples that they brought up were not very good and were not always very indicative of what the power of it was, if that makes sense. So, like, one thing I know that they mentioned, and again, I know I'm nitpicking. I don't want to say like I'm nitpicking here, but like I'm obviously coming in and sort of like deconstructing it and finding those things because I'm trying to take a bit of a counter side here, right? But like they said, for example, that you get access to teak logs 10 levels earlier, right? Teak logs are level 35 woodcutting. So having access to that at 25 woodcutting, like, how much time are we saving there, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like those that is not a lot of time. You would have to find much bigger things, I think, for that to kind of make sense. Now, the extra experience that you get for having a higher level, I agree that that is a pretty good point. But again, it's not true for every single skill because for things like crafting gems, once you have the level, it doesn't get any better, right? Things like that don't super matter. In the early game, it can actually matter to get you away from like the really terrible stuff like I think Hunter is actually a good example. Not having to catch like the level one bird. Same thing with mining actually, but again, that actually like the other two benefit mining, so it's not always the best example to compare them because the others just do that so much better. Um, we have a reveal in like 3 minutes, so I will try to make this super fast, super fast. Okay, but what I think, and I'm gonna kind of stress this more and more. Sorry to flashbang you guys. I don't know how else to do this. What you really want to always be thinking about when it comes to the tier one relics is how much do you value like efficiency versus what I would say is like tempo or having that early start, that really fast start to get you going, because that is ultimately what abundance does, right? And if we look at a graph like this, right? And I'm again, I'm not going to sit here and math it out. Let's say we have like endless, or let's say we have abundance and gold, right? It starts really high and it like gives you a bunch like this, but it does plateau off, right? Whereas something like maybe endless harvest, it kind of ramps up like this. In the late game, it's getting you a lot because you're getting 2 times the experience. You're probably gonna, as you're a week or two in, right? You're gonna have more time to AFK, right? So this is kind of the point where endless harvest becomes kind of better, right? The problem is that in my opinion, this is more than 60K. Like this is more than 60K, right? And the vast majority of people are like this, where this is where they start plateauing off. And this is only like 3% of people who would actually benefit more from having that, right? That's how I kind of see it. And that's what I think you should try to think about this relic for is the early game engine, the early game power, the fact that's going to get you those tasks done a lot faster and not like what percentage it's giving it to you. Is there a dark mode paint, by the way? I don't have a dark mode paint. So yeah, sorry guys. The y axis is like how good of a relic it is, basically. That's how I say it. Like how good of a relic, how much is it like impacting you, right? It plateaus off with yeah, or like how much benefit you get from it. So it plateaus off with abundance and with endless harvest and barbarian gathering. I think it like keeps getting good as you go. Actually, I think it gets better and better in the later. Get obsidian with a drawing plugin. I didn't know it has a drawing plugin. That's actually good. I will probably use that then. That's good. Um, yeah, we'll do that then. I'll do that then. I'm racing my clan and I want to take abundance. I think if you're like if you value having like a super early start, I think abundance is very good. I kind of value that now. In the past, I sort of valued more of those relics that aren't as good early. But they kind of like stay scaled up. Sorry, let me get rid of this. But I think now this year I'm kind of like leaning a bit more towards like I actually like the early game stuff, especially because okay, here's another like this is not really guaranteed, but my current guess is that because Varlamore is such a massive region, I have this suspicion that we're going to be in Varlamore a lot longer than usual. So the faster you can kind of burn through that and the faster you can get out of Varlamore, it's going to continue to snowball a little bit better. And I feel like being stuck, like having a universal relic that helps in a lot of different things can be really damn good. Um, oh, one last thing I wanted to talk about because they mentioned this and I thought that this was not good. Okay. I know that the relic is probably coming in like 2 minutes. Golden God also allowed you to note items from shop. This does not allow you to note items from shop. That is very important. Very important. Do not forget about this. I think I forgot about this, honestly, until like a couple days or like yesterday. I think I was thinking about that. This effect of noting stuff from shops is massive. Okay. Massive. Do not forget about that. Do not forget about that. So, yeah. Okay. Let me close this. All right. Let's wait for the reveal. Let's see it. We'll talk about it. Do we get it? Is it coming? Oh, damn. The annoying part is it might be in an hour, right? Is there a world where it might be in an hour? Shoot. Oh, there's no way, right? Oh, there's no way. The clocks went forward for the UK. What? Are you kidding me? Why would they do that? What? It should normally be right now, right? In UK time. For me, it's an hour earlier. But in UK time, it was always 4 p.m. So we have to wait for 5 p.m. now? Oh, okay. It's live? Okay, wait. Hold on, okay? Oh, Flask of Fervor, tier 8. Okay. Okay. Big. Okay, hold on. Okay. Tier 8, we got it. All right. Dude, every single day there's been an issue with the video. Every single day there's been an issue with the video. I'm losing it. No tweet yet. No video yet. Bro, it's just uploading right now. Okay. I don't want to read it till we see the video. I want to see the video first. I do. I want to see the video first. I want to see the video first. Come on. Okay, I'm giving like 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. If we don't get the video, I'm guys, the video's gotta be better. The video's gotta be better. Okay, hold on. Is it up? Wait. Hold on. Is the video up? There's no Twitter video either, right? There's no Twitter video. Guys, no spoilers yet. No spoilers yet. No spoilers yet. It's up on Twitter. Wait, hold on. Where is it on Twitter? Who's got it? Okay. Hold on. Let me take a look. Hold on. Here we go, guys. Ready? Okay, here we go. Flask of Fervor, tier 8. Let's see it. Okay. Damn, that's pretty cool. Okay. Yo. This goes hard as hell, no? This goes freaking hard. This might just be like just straight up one of the cooler relics that we've seen. I think this one's super sick. Thank God for that, by the way, because I swear to God, if I felt like I had to go minion, I would have been so freaking mad. I think this shit is bussin', dude. All right, let's take a look. Do we have the wait, where is it? It's gotta be here, right? Hold on. If you guys think this is shitty Last Stand, by the way, you are just wrong. I'm sorry. You're just wrong. I think it's just straight up better than Last Stand. Not necessarily, but in almost every case, I feel like you can get so much more out of this. Okay, let's read it. Okay. When the flask is consumed, your hit points will be restored to full, your prayer points will be restored to full, your special attack energy will be restored to full. So, this is kind of like the cheat death relic, except for the fact that you have to use it, right? So, wait. The way it reads to me is that it doesn't proc when you're dead, right? Like So I don't know if Last Stand is a fair. No, no. Now that I think about it, I actually don't know necessarily if Last Stand is a fair comparison. It is very similar, but yeah, okay, okay. Sorry. How about this? I'm not going to say it's a cheat death. I don't think saying it's a cheat death is fair. It's yeah, it is not a cheat death, right? Because it's an ambrosia. That's a much better way of talking about it. It's like an ambrosia. It is not a cheat death. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I like that because I think calling it a cheat death is completely unfair, and that is true that you cannot like when you're in the middle of a raid, for example, and you like fuck up, it's not going to save you, right? Like you're dead. It will save you if you can react to it, but I mean, most of the time you're not reacting to being dead, right? Okay. Over the next 2.4 seconds, that's four ticks. That's not a lot. I think Last Stand was Last Stand 8 seconds or something? Last Stand was pretty long, right? Last Stand was like 9 seconds of immunity, right? I don't quite remember. It was only 10 ticks. Okay, that's 4 seconds. That's not that good. Why I was I thinking people were saying 16 ticks. I could just look it up, right? How good wait, how good was Last Stand? It was a lot longer than 4 seconds. I know that for sure. It was 16 ticks, 9.6 seconds. Wait, is that even true? Oh yeah, it's four times as long, right? Am I stupid or is it four times? Okay, so yeah, it was four times as long. That is a pretty big nerf, I'll say. The immunity matters a lot for things like like Awakened Leviathan and whatnot. That's actually pretty important. This is actually cool. They brought back the explosions. Didn't Undying Retributions have this? Undying Retributions had this because it would give you 60%, or I don't know how much it would do, but I think it did it do two times your prayer? So it's kind of the same concept, right? But it's three explosions versus one, right? Um, okay. It's cool that they brought it back though. I like that. I don't know if it like super matters. It's a little bit weird because you also have to for people that didn't play with Undying Retribution from Leagues 4, I'll kind of quickly show that Undying Retribution. Um yeah, this was the one it was 200% of your prayer level, 7x7. Um this one you had to like be on the southwest tile of the monster, and that was a little bit weird. So you do have to get a little bit used to aiming it. For some monsters, you actually can't hit their southwest tile, so yeah, just something to keep in mind. Um okay. Reduce all damage you take to 0. Okay, that's the immunity part. I think this is what makes it really cool, by the way. This is what makes it like actually so insane. And why I think it's probably going to be more fun to use. It used to be the case that Cheat Death had a 3-minute cooldown, right? The fact that you can reduce this is crazy. I almost like, oh man, how much I like my instinct initially is that it's gonna be about 2 minutes, right? That's like my completely like without knowing anything, just like random assumption. It's probably going to be like less than a 2-minute cooldown, right? If we assume a two tick, like let's say we just assume like a two tick Tebow or something, right? How many more than 10 hits are well, okay, actually no, Scythe would be bad, right? But Scythe would be bad, but wait. I totally read this wrong. Wait, I totally read this wrong. No, wait. Okay, hold on. I need you guys. Okay, let reading comprehension check. Reading comprehension check. For every 10 damage you deal in a single hit, reduce the cool. Does this mean that if I hit a 20, it reduces it twice? Or is that how it works? Okay. Okay. And I wonder how this works with things like the scythe. Okay. Because I thought, sorry, the first time I read it, I thought that it was for every time you deal damage more than 10, you reduce it. If it's like you can hit 20s, 30s, 40s, then this is probably crazy, right? Like this is pretty crazy. Like, yeah, I thought it was each hit splat over 10. If it's like hitting 50s and 60s, the way Husky said it's zero point 0.6 for every hit over 10. Okay, so it was like that, right? Okay, not each. Okay, I'm getting completely different. I'm getting completely differing answers right now. I'm actually confused now. Now I gotta go check what Husky said. Because that's the only guy I believe. Hold on. What did he say? Let me look at this. Oh my god, there's a million people. Yo, can everybody just not type so I can read the important information? 3 hits over 10, 3 reductions. Oh, okay. So the way it sounds like is that it is you don't get any benefit from hitting a 50. That's how I read it right now. There is no benefit from hitting like a 50. You don't get 5 times the reduction. Yeah? That's how I see it. However, it means that for multi-hit weapons, they're kind of insane, right? They're kind of insane. It does seem like it's worded not very good because yeah, but this goes really hard for multi-hits, right? The only thing with multi-hits though is that you have to have enough damage that you're actually getting it over 10, right? Because if you think about it, right? Um, let's say for example, you had like the boppers and the max hit was like 20. Well, now your range on each one is like 0 to 10, right? Obviously your max hit's going to be a lot higher than that, but it's I don't know how this is all going to average out. I don't I think multi hits will probably be better, but maybe not as good as people think. I'm not sure. Yeah, am I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit wrong there, but right, it just depends. Hmm. Dual yeah, the boppers hitting 10-10 would be a double, like it would proc it twice. But what I'm saying is that like if you had like let's say you had a max hit of 50, for example, right? On like a scythe. Let's just compare scythe to Tebow, right? The scythe could proc 3 times as often, but that max hit might be like dragon claws, for example. When you use this, dragon claws are probably not going to proc the 10 very frequently. I don't know if that'll probably work, right? But do you guys understand what I'm saying? That when you split it up, you're also reducing the percentage chance. So I don't. It's not like you're getting like 3 times as often. Yeah. Um, I think this thing's pretty freaking good, right? Like I think this thing's pretty damn good. Uh, okay, so here's what I like most about it. I feel like this is one of those relics that is going to reward like innovation and experimentation in combat. And like honestly, fuck balance. I don't actually care nearly enough about balance as much as I do relics that change how you approach bosses and change how you do different like encounters, whether that's raids, whether that's different kinds of like inferno, all that stuff. I like stuff that makes you think about it in new way, and I really feel like this actually does that like a lot more. It's way more fun than Minion. Like there is literally no world where I would pick Minion over this. However, I think for a lot of people, if you don't like that, then Minion is like your safe pick, and it is like Minion is really really good. So yeah. Is the explosion hitting large bosses more than once? No, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that because it's all going to be based off their southwest tiles. So it's only going to hit. But I mean, there's 3 explosions, so it's going to hit them 3 times. But it's not like they're getting like turbo nuked by the AOE. Um, yeah, this one. I mean, it's really cool. I think that the hit point and prayer is probably going to help quite a bit. The special attack's also really nice, by the way, because you can probably milk out a lot of extra spec, right? Um, I wonder if this is like because didn't people do some weird stuff where you would like die and then you would like die and then like you would get your cooldown on this back? Oh, also good point. Typeless damage is big. Typeless damage is actually really, really big. And the fact that you can on demand proc the typeless damage is crazy cool because the thing about like the cheat death relic in the past was that when you needed the explosion or when you wanted to proc the explosion, you didn't have agency on it. You kind of had to like basically you had to like get yourself down to 1 HP and like force yourself to take damage. So you didn't like I really like the fact that now it's like boom, I can hit it and just do that damage for very critical phases. You know, I like that a lot. I think that's really cool. And even if you're not like dying, you can use this for like very specific parts of a fight to skip mechanics, to skip little instances. Um, like for example, like let's say like Jad, right? Again, Jad's not like the best example here, but like let's say you're doing Jad, the healers spawn, right? As soon as they spawn, you just pop it and blow them up, right? Before it was a little bit tougher because you would have to like, if you wanted to do that, you would have to like be at 1 HP, proc it, and the fact that it's 3 waves is probably going to make it like a bit more consistent. It's not going to be a weird situation where like the first one misses and you're like, okay, well that's shit. So it's kind of cool. I like it. It's weird. It's like the two. It kind of feels like Last Stand and Undying Retribution kind of come together a little bit more on demand. Like it's just man, it's just so fun. It's so fun. It's so freaking fun. Like damn, this is so cool, man. I like it a lot. It's so cool. I don't think this will hit certain bosses. It depends on the boss. Yeah, it does depend on the boss, but I remember this being like really good. It was Leagues 4 where they had this effect, and I don't off the top of my head remember all the exceptions, but it was really, really cool. So yeah. Um I see this being as like a roughly 2 minute cooldown average. That's how I see it. And that's actually really good. 2 minutes is pretty damn good. So yeah. Going to be harder to one down bloat? Wait, I don't think so. Don't you just like walk up to bloat and just everybody just pops this and you just blow him up, right? Isn't that what you do? And you just do like this is a crazy amount of damage, by the way. This is like 60% of your isn't that like 180 damage basically? Like this is crazy shit, no? I don't know. This feels like very good. So I don't know. This seems pretty damn good. It's a lot of like really yeah, it's cracked burst damage. I think that's awesome. Like not gonna lie, if this by itself was a relic, I still think it would be like way more fun than Minion because like it to me, I see it as like you know what I see it as. If you guys have ever played WoW, it's like an on use trinket. That's how I see it. It's an on use trinket to like deal 200 damage, which is fucking cool. Like that is so cool. And most on use trinkets are actually 2 minutes anyways, so that's actually cool. I like this a lot, man. I think it's really freaking cool. Yeah, you dump your spec, you pop it, you do the 200 you dump dude, this is actually so cool. Wait, what the heck? This is so cool. Oh my god, I didn't even think about the spec. That is actually it kind of does just feel like a WoW trinket. That's really cool. Oh, I like it. I think it's so cool. Do you think this means no last stand? Yeah, I would say like what's the chance we get last stand? Like less than 2% chance. It's got to be low. It's got to be so low. Because I feel, yeah, I don't think it's gonna be last stand, which sucks because we don't get a cheat death, and I actually like having cheat death in leagues. I think cheat death is pretty cool, so I would be kind of sad, but like you know, the flip side of that though is Guardian is really good. So I think if you are like if you're like a little bit more new to PVM, Guardian will probably help you a lot. But this one's really cool to use. I think for anybody who's a more experienced PVM player, I have a hard time. I have a really hard time. Like, I think it's just going to be the most fun. And I like that actually, because I do think that one thing a lot of people sort of get a little bit bored of is when you are like super, super strong. Um, I kind of see it as like the game gets a little bit too boring if there's not something that shakes it up. That's why in the past I always liked it when you could camp like 1 HP because I thought that would be really fun to like camp 1 HP and do more damage, and then you have to play like without taking any damage. I see this as like the same thing. It's like a cool little concept that you get to play around with. If you're experienced, you would go Guardian. Absolutely not. If you're an experienced PVMer and you pick Guardian, what are we doing? Come on, like bro, don't play leagues. I'm sorry. If you're an experienced PVMer picking Guardian, like, come on, are we kidding? Like, bro, what are we doing? Like, that's just are you serious? You're gonna pick Guardian? Come on, man. I don't know. I think Guardian is what you do if you don't want to think about PVM because your brain's already. This is what you do if you want to think about stuff and find cool ways to use it. Because I love this, man. I love this. Guardian would be more DPS over time. It could, yeah, it probably will be. I mean, depending on what the specs ends up being, you know, like if we get a spec, because this is a lot of specs, man. This is pretty good, you know. This almost kind of feels like yeah, I think the spec is really good. I don't think the other ones did that, right? I don't think let's look, deals up to, yeah, it didn't restore your spec. I don't think Last Stand did that either, right? Last Stand. I don't think it did. Um hmm. No, I don't even think it restored your prayer either. Man, this one's cool. I like it, guys. I don't know what to say. I feel like I like this one way, like it's just so sick, man. I don't know. It's so cool. I hope, like, my dude, my wish is that all the tier 8 relics were like this, cuz this shit is, it's so cool. I love stuff like this. I wish all the tier 8s were like this always now. Always, always, always. This stuff is so much cooler. Yeah. Like, it's so cool. Minion is more DPS. Okay, you're probably right, but I think you guys have to really, really value this for the burst damage that it brings, right? Having burst damage is like, it's really good for raids. There are some instances, like for example, on like Mudadile, right? Let's look at like Mudadile, for example, when it starts walking to the tree, right? Boom, you pop this, you blow it, you just fucking blow it up, right? Raw DPS is not always like the best thing to look at, right? And again, I think just off fun, I think this was just like, it's not even a contest. Like it's 100 times more fun. To the point, by the way, to the point where even if I'm going for Dragon Rush and I'm 100% confident that Minion is better, I will not pick Minion for the purpose of Dragon. No, I can't do that. Like that's one of those things where for me, I would still rather do this and have more fun getting to Dragon as opposed to picking Guardian and literally like regretting it every single time I click Guardian. Like I just don't want to do it. I think this is so much more fun. At base CD, if you click it every 3 minutes, it's the same DPS as the minion, 6 DPS per second. That's actually, wait, 6 DPS per second, 6 times. I don't think that's true. No, wait, how much DPS? Wait, how much DPS wasn't minion like 6 DPS? So in 30 seconds, yeah, I think minion is more. I think minion is way more damage. This on its own comes out to 180 divided by 300. That's like less than 1 DPS per second. It's burst damage. That's what you have to think about. It's burst damage. It's burst damage, guys, and it's typeless burst damage, which is pretty cool. There's no doubt to me that it was worded to mean a hit of 40 reduces 4 times. Wait, what? So does it? If it does that, then it's even crazier than I thought. That is crazy if it does that. That thing is, wait, I'm confused now. I actually, okay. Okay. It seems like from what they said, higher damage hits will reduce it even more. And that is absolutely insane. That is really damn good. The CD part is absolutely cracked now. Like it's, yeah, if it's every 10 damage and you're dealing like 40 damage average, that's like, dude, that's, yeah, that's actually, that's so insane. Wait, that's so insane. Oh my God, that's so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous, no? Especially if your specs are hitting like 80s and 90s, right? Like, wait, that's crazy. This is so good. Oh my god, that's the best relic. It's got to be the best. It's got to be the best. No question. It's got to be the best. It is so cool. This is so freaking cool. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now: do not pick Guardian. Okay, do not. Guardian is like the worst pick you could ever do. If you pick Guardian over this, I will judge you. I'm sorry. I will judge you. This is so much cooler. It's gonna be way more fun to use. I cannot imagine Guardian over this just seems like crazy. Yeah, if it procs 5 times for 50 damage, that's absurdly good. Like, that is so good. And it seems like that's what they're saying right now because they said that's how it's worded to me. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I like this. This is so cool. I like your black and white. Okay, I'm trying this year to be a bit more like opinionated and not be like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to sit on my fence and, Guardian, it could be good and, it depends on what you like and I guess what No, okay? Guardian sucks. Don't pick it, okay? Pick Flask of Fervor. This shit is awesome. It's so cool, okay? I'll stand by that. This shit is cool. I don't care. It's the coolest thing. I love this one. It's awesome. If the explosion counts, then it's broken. Dude, there's no way the explosion counting. There is no way. That would be unbelievable. That would be unbelievable. What the heck? No, 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 no. No. There's no way. There's no way. That would be so damn good. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is really, really cool. I like this one a lot. I did not understand this, but I think it's really damn cool. Do you think the explosion follows you? Um, I don't know. Yeah, you might be right, JPC. I don't know because it feels like they don't even know right now. So I don't trust anything. And it's also like how much you deal. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going all in. Yeah, I agree. This should do it. This should do it. It should give you, let's say you hit 60s, right? 3.6 times 3. What is that? 10.8 seconds off? Okay. I mean, that's not even like that unbelievably crazy, right? Like 10 seconds off the timer for hitting a max explode. That doesn't even like, yeah, that's not even that crazy, right? Wait, what about, okay, question. What if you have multiple targets? Can you proc it off of multiple targets? Like, Nilos aren't the best example here because for Nilos, I mean, you only hit 10, right? Wait, so then are you not just spamming Nilos? Are you not just spamming the hell out of Nilos Roof? What? This is wait, what? It is typeless, so you don't get experience, but um it's literally Soul Spear. Yeah, that's what I see it as. So some of you guys might be thinking about like Slayer. One thing I do want to say is when it comes to Slayer, you have to do some kind of damage to make it count as your Slayer kill. So if you were to imagine a world where you're just standing still and spamming this, you would actually be getting 0 Slayer experience. Just keep that in mind. You do have to tag them. Can be a little bit annoying because it doesn't count as like you don't get Slayer credit for it unless you've actually hit it first. So that's just like one little thing to keep in mind. You know, unless they change that, but I don't know. That's not how it worked last year. So yeah. Um, Dude, this is cool, man. I love this. Oh, I'm so glad. I think that's been the one little thing that I feel like everybody has kind of been waiting for, and that's why everybody's been like a little like, I don't know about these. I think they just wanted that one new like busted thing to come out, and this feels like that super busted thing that's gonna like, you're just gonna like, you're gonna have fun doing this. You're gonna be clipping it. You're gonna send it to your friends. Like this just seems like a super super fun relic, and I think it's so cool. So yeah, that's pretty cool. We'll see. We'll see. What about the fact that I suck at the game? I'm gonna get one hit by Zuck. Yeah, I understand that. And yeah, get good. That's what, hey, what can I say? You gotta get better. Don't get hit by Zuck. I'm sorry. What? That's the reality of it. Or if you see the ball coming, drink. It'll teach you. It'll teach you good PVM fundamentals where the ball's coming at you and click fast, I guess. I don't know. This thing's cool though. I like it. It's awesome. Yeah. Damn. Oh, dude, I would freaking I would kill for like 5 minutes to just get to use it. This is gonna be the most. Oh, dude, I want to use this so bad. I want to use it so bad right now. I want to use it so freaking bad. Give me 5 minutes on the server, Jagex. Please let me mess around with this. I'm gonna desperately want tier A for this. Oh, it's so cool. I love this, man. This is so cool. Um, if this is what all tier 8s are from now on, I'm gonna be so freaking happy. Like, I'm gonna be so excited. It looks really damn awesome. Here's okay. I have a question. What does this not deal damage to Yama mean? Because when we had the minion, I thought that this was just flavor. I'm I'm starting to think we kill Yama because I thought that this was just flavor because it's a minion of Yama, right? But why would they include it here? It doesn't really make sense as much. So I'm starting to think we might get Echo Yama as a global boss or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Feeling pretty good right now. Some kind of special boss, something that we could do. Maybe Yama and Lumbridge. I don't know. I don't know. Doing some kind of Jad leaks challenge, like after you kill 6 Jad, but for Yama. That's what I'm thinking. I think there's gonna be like a new special, like a special Yama challenge, like they did with the Jad one. And it's gonna be, I personally think, and I would actually like to see this. I want it to be really hard. I want it to be the case where like not a lot of people will do it. And they've actually already done that before. The special Jad challenge was really hard to do. I don't think I've ever done it before. I'm gonna yeah, I'm gonna say I don't think I've ever done it before, unless maybe I cheesed it on like one build. But I want it to be hard. I want it to like really test you, and I think that would be kind of cool to have like a final little challenge, just for especially like I really like seeing the really good PVMers. Like I think I watched Adicon do the special Jad challenge, and that guy's a freaking beast, man. And he just completely crushed it. And I'm like watching him like figure it out, and it's like, damn, this shit's cool. Like I think that'd be fun. Yeah, I think that'd be really really cool. So oh man, dude, I'm excited for this. You know what I was thinking about? How busted is this thing? How busted is this for when you have guaranteed max hits? Like, what happens when you start busting this on Warden's core? Like, does the Warden's core come out and like you just turn it into freaking lunch meat? Like, what happens? Like, this is crazy, no? Like, I'm trying to think if there's any other examples of this, but that's like the first one that came to yeah, like you just declaw spec and just go nutty on it, right? Like, but you don't even have to declaw spec because it's for every 10 damage. You just need like a Mongo spec to start hitting, right? Or for like Doom, you get the guaranteed max hit. Oh my god, wait guys, what about ZCB? Does ZCP just go ballistic? Do you just walk up to Zebak, ZCB spec, pop this, and then just spec again? Like, wait, what the heck? That would be. Oh my god, man! There's some cool stuff because yeah, if ZCB spec hits 100, that's like 6 seconds off the timer right there. I don't know, dude. That sounds cool as hell. Yeah, that sounds super cool. Or it does 110? Yeah, you're right, 110. So that's 6.6 seconds off. Yeah, plus any boosts. Like, dude, I don't know, man. I think this thing is freaking cool. I think Rod, I think I saw your message earlier. You were saying that current estimates are like this is going to be somewhere around like a 1 minute cooldown, right? That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. 1 minute, man. 1 minute is really crazy. I don't know. I don't know. That sounds super fun. That sounds really, really, really fun. Oh my god. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm actually so freaking hyped. Yeah, you don't even like really need food if you're just you like if you can abuse this and do a lot of damage, you actually like you would be better off a lot of times in like the way I see it is like, let's say you're at like 40 HP, you would be better off to keep hitting and then just proc your flask again. Like, right? Instead, yeah, you're like really rewarded for having like insane uptime on bosses and just continue to hit over and over. With the Kopesh spec proc it, I believe so. I mean, right now, I assume it's everything. I assume you would literally be getting it off everything, all your specs. Like if specs didn't give it to you, then that would make no sense. I guess like with the lightning, it's hard to tell. Like there's probably some exceptions like that, but I don't know, man. Um, dude, this relic is so cool. This is legit like my dream relic. I think it's so awesome. I'm so excited, dude. After I saw Guardian, I was so depressed. I was like, please give us something fun. Like, surely there had to be something fun. They nailed it, man. This is so cool. Are we all sleeping on the infinite prayer? No, I think the prayer, the hit points is really good. Like it's very, very strong. League's Discord is livid. How? How? How could you? What? Bro, if you're mad about this, I think you are crazy, by the way. If you're actually mad about this, like, don't play leagues. I'm sorry. Like, don't play leagues. This is the coolest shit, man. I don't know. This is so cool. Oh, God. I don't even. Dude, you know what sucks is like, I feel like it's relics like this that kind of make me not want to play RuneScape. I just want to wait until leagues at this point, you know? Like I just want to wait and have fun with league. I like it's more fun to think about this than to play old school RuneScape at this point. It's minion enjoyers pissed off because it's so good. No, you know what it is? It's people mad. People mad because if you choose minion now, I'm gonna judge you. Imagine how hard this would go with something like a buffed minimum potential. It's possible to min hit 10, you're laughing. Wait, okay, Skritic. Okay, right now, what we currently believe is that every 10 damage you do procs it. So if it's like a 50 or a 60, isn't that like busted as hell? Is that how you read it? Because I didn't read it that way right now when I first saw it. And I'm like, wait a minute. This thing is crazy. So does the minimum hit even like matter? Like if you buffed your maximum hit by 10, it would do the same thing, right? So I'm like, damn, this shit's kind of crazy. I think this thing is really good. You need 3,000 damage to fully reset it. Yes, but you're not going to do 3,000 damage in 1 second. I don't think, guys, I'll do crazy take here. I don't think you're going to do 3,000 damage in 1 second. You're not going to be that strong. So you have that timer working with you as well. But that's a good number to think about. I would say like a number like 2,000 or oh, wait, no. How much would it be for 2 minutes? Like 1,800? That's like the number I'm kind of thinking in my head. Is like, can you do 1,800 in 1 minute? Which would, wait, I think I'm totally off here. No, wait, I don't think what, wait, is it, I think, wait, hold on. Wind it back. That'd be 2,000, right? That'd be 2,000 because that's 2/3 of 3,000. It'd be 2,000. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're back. We're back. We're back. Okay. So yeah, I see it as like about 2,000 damage per minute if you can get that done. But like again, the specs, dude, specs are big. Specs are always really big. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like it's good and it can only get better. Unless they completely gut it and make it like not good. But it seems really cool. I was thinking of old Drygor. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Like Drygor. That's actually the first thing I thought about was Drygor with like the minimum hit of like 6 or whatever, right? Because or was it a minimum hit of 5 during Gridmaster? I was wondering. I'm like, okay, if we could do something like that, let's say like you could do like 5 minimum hit or something, or maybe it would go up, right? Because I think the ranged combat also did that. Like, are you not just like procking this like super super quick? I also wonder if it rounds up on like more than 15. I think that might be too good, right? But I mean, I don't know. What does a 15 round up to? Does a 15 reduce it by 2? Because that would be pretty. Oof, that would be pretty damn good, man. That would be pretty good. Is the cooldown reduction not during the 2.4 seconds? Wait, what? Oh shit, I might be reading something wrong. Wait, one sec. I started reading. Is the cooldown reduction not during the 2.4 seconds? No, I believe it's just straight up. I think it's just straight up whenever you're hitting, you're reducing your cooldown. And that's awesome. That is freaking sweet. It's so sweet. Like, yeah, it's really cool. It is really, really cool. It's gonna be a lot of fun to use. And um just I'm just so excited. I'm so happy, guys. I like it a lot. Um, all right. What are the downsides? Why does this thing suck? I'm trying to think if there's any situation right now where like it's not great. And like I don't really know. I don't know. I think the only thing that's kind of hard about it is you have to like you kind of have to think about it a little bit, right? To get like max value. But I don't know. I don't know the way. The more I think about it, the more I think it's just good. Like always, like it's just always pretty good, right? Like even if you don't know what you're doing, and you just walk up to a boss, spec it like twice or whatever, pop your flask, spec it again. Like you're getting pretty good value. You just spec on cooldown. It's pretty good. You have 3 ticks to react to dying. Yeah, but you don't have to use it for the cheat death potential. I think people kind of are like, hmm. I don't think that the cheat death is what made the cheat death trinket. Like, I don't think Last Stand was good because of the cheat death. It was really nice to have, but it was like the boosted combat stats and the bonus healing that really helped. I guess the one thing is you won't be able to like AFK like fight caves or something, right? Because wasn't that something that people would do? They would just like AFK fight caves, right? You know, and then it would automatically like you have to actually like be playing the game basically, which is honestly for RuneScape players having to actually play the game is a pretty big downside. Not gonna lie, like yeah, not gonna lie. It is a lot like it is a lot less like casual friendly for sure, but I don't know. I mean, I would like to see a cheat death in leagues. I don't know. I think I'm okay. I'm okay with not having a cheat death every single leagues if that means we get cool shit like this. You know, like it's pretty cool. I think for most people, like 95% of people, it's gonna be cooler. It will make Awakened Whisper way harder because guys, I literally have never done Awakened Whisper without cheat death. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna get my ass beat on that fight. Is this better than raw sustained DPS? I don't know because I don't know if raw sustained DPS necessarily matters as much as burst damage. I think burst damage is like to me, I value burst damage a bit more because certain fights and certain like let's take like Verzik for example, right? Would I rather have like 10 DPS on Verzik or would I rather just pop spec flask spec on Tornado, right? Or with Wardens, you get to Wardens and your tiles start going and you go spec flask spec. Like I don't know. That seems pretty damn good, right? Same thing with like triple Jad, right? Let's say like you're doing triple Jad for the first time. Cheat death is good, but as soon as they spawn, you could like just go completely ape mode on the first one you see and just blow it up, just nuke it out of existence on the first one. And then you just have to deal with two, you know? I don't know. It seems pretty cool. Good for Nilos as well. Yeah, that's good too. I don't know. This is the better one. This is just better content. If you go this, I think it's just important to keep doing damage. Yeah, for sure. But like, are there really situations where like you're not doing a lot of damage? I guess like intermissions and things like that, it's not great, but I don't know. I think it's cool. I like the on-demand damage. I really do. I like the on-demand damage. I think it's fun. The on-demand special attack restoration is really cool too. Um, yeah, I don't know. I almost think that if this had a cheat death instead of an active use, it would be worse for me. Do you guys understand what I mean by that? So again, it's an active effect. So I think that if it was cheat death instead of having active, it would be worse. Not for everybody, but for me. Because I actually think that like having to reduce your hit points to 0 HP. Sorry, I gotta be I'm streaming on YouTube. I gotta be a little bit careful with what I say, all right? Reducing your hit points to 0 was kind of a chore sometimes. And now you don't have to do that. Yeah. If your 99 prayer would have hit 180, yes, I think that's how it works. It would hit like a 180. And okay, I believe this is base prayer, right? So this doesn't matter about like prayer bonus or anything like that. I think it just reads like if you're 99, you just go 60, 60, 60, right? So yeah. Some people don't struggle reducing their HP to 0. Yeah, that is true. Okay. I agree. That is true. Um, Does this actually shake things up because fast hitting weapons are better? I don't know. I don't know if it actually matters in regards to fast hitting weapons or multi hit weapons. I think that's all kind of normalized, right? That's like my initial read of it. Maybe they're like slightly favored, but I don't think I don't think there's anything that favors it because I believe the way that it's supposed to work is that if you hit like a 50, it would proc this 5 times. You would get 5 times the effect. So yeah, I think it's crazy good. There's a chance that the last tier 8 is still a full defense option, and that's actually good. I think that's fine if there's a defensive option, even if it's something like I can almost even see like absolute unit coming back, something like that. Maybe not as busted, but like some kind of reflect damage, some kind of like I think if this was against like titanium or something, right? Do you guys remember like titanium in leagues or in DMM was I think it was 70% damage reduction, right? That could be a really good third option here to have titanium, as that defensive option. Um, I don't know though. I like this. I think it's kind of cool. Um, the okay, so the one thing that I don't know if I love about titanium, if that was an option to have like a super defensive and a super aggressive, I feel like if you're newer to PVM, you would probably go with titanium. And I kind of think that that would be a mistake, you know? I think you would enjoy using this and have fun with it more rather than sort of like self-sorting yourself into like taking like a noob relic, if that makes sense, right? Because that's what I think it would end up being. If there was titanium for like 70% damage reduction and Flask of Fervor, it would kind of feel like titanium's the noob relic, and this is like the you're good at PVM relic, which is not the case. This is just way more fun. So yeah, maybe in like a mastery. Yeah, maybe in the masteries you can get your damage reduction or something, you know? I don't know, man. Being unkillable is very enjoyable. I agree. That's the thing. I also agree with that. I actually really like the super tanky options as well. I'm a big fan of that. That's just my one little thought about why I'm not sure if I would want something like that egregious. Because I think RuneScape 3 leagues actually had that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, where there was like the infinite prayer and reduced damage versus like the aggressive options. And it kind of felt like everybody was saying, like, if you take infinite prayer, you're like a noob. So yeah. Yeah. You're unkillable for 2.4 seconds. Yeah, but the thing about that is that because it's an active use, most of the time the reason why cheat death is good is because you get to proc the cheat death when you make a mistake, right? So like you screw up and you eat like I don't know, you eat like a Baba Rock or something and you die, right? Or you eat a Verzik hit and you take like 80 damage and you die and you're like, oh my god, right? So you won't really be able to do that. Or like a Zuck hit, that's another good example, right? This you're not really going to be able to do that. It will help you with like some of the overwhelming fights, like when things are getting a little out of control and you just need to sort of like take a second to like recover. It'll be pretty cool, but it's not going to save you on mistakes. And I think that's kind of fine. I would like to be able to enable it to work on death. That would probably be good. I don't know if I would like that would make it really broken. If you could toggle it, yeah, I don't know. Maybe a toggle would be cool though. Maybe a toggle would be cool. I don't know if it would actually make it like that much more broken, but it would be pretty good. It would be pretty good. Um, I like it though because I think it rewards you for being aggressive, and I think it's cool. I like it a lot. I think it's fun. The burst damage, I don't think have we ever gotten something like this before where you have on-demand burst damage? I mean, I guess the Undying Retribution was close to it, but this seems like I guess Last Stand was kind of close to it, but this just seems way easier to make it happen. So yeah, if they did that, I think using the on death should disable the cooldown reduction. I agree. That would be really good. Okay, that would be really good. If you could toggle it to work on death, but you didn't get the cooldown reduction. I love that. Yeah, that would be awesome. That would be really, really awesome. It would probably have to be like its own relic, but yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. I like that. That's a good call. Good call. Good call. Okay. Um. By the way, I'm excited that we actually got the reveal an hour early. I was actually getting a little bit worried that I was really worried that we would not what's it called? I was worried that we wouldn't get it and we'd have to be sitting for like another hour. So yeah. Yeah, that would be like the best of both worlds and kind of give everybody a chance to like play and have fun with it. And it would also allow people to who are less confident, it would allow them to start with the cheat death and then sort of like build the confidence to get the aggressive option, right? Instead of making it a one for one where you have to like choose between them. I think the next reveal's in an hour, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's probably just an Echo Boss. It's probably just an Echo Boss and a undisclosed item. So I don't want to underhype it, but it's not going to be that interesting. That oh wait, actually, okay, hold on. The only thing about these reveals that I think is interesting is when we get the Wildy Echo Boss back. I swear to God, bro, when the Wildy Echo Boss comes back, I feel like it's like there are either going to be like there's going to be a lot of people mad one way or another. All right, one way or another, there's either going to be people mad that the Kopesh is coming back, or if they don't have the Kopesh, oh my God, people are going to be. I feel like people might cry a little bit. We might have to pour one out when we see the Wildy Echo Boss. Or if the Kopesh goes somewhere else, right? Like, what if the desert gets a Kopesh instead? You know, we might have to pour one out if the Kopesh doesn't come back. Okay, dude, Minion Relic sucks. Thank God. Get rid of that. Get it off my screen. I never want to. I don't want to see anybody with the Minion Relic. Okay, never. If I see you with the Minion Relic, you're not in my raid. What can I say? You're not in. We're doing checks at the gates. Okay, no Minion Relics in my raids. Oh, dude, I'm so freaking thrilled. Why are people mad about this? Are people actually mad? How could you be mad about this? You're crazy. If you're mad about this, I don't even believe you're real. I think you're just coming to just be mad about stuff. Like you didn't even read it. You just got mad as soon as you saw it. I don't know. This thing is so cool. Man, I want to play League 6, guys. I want to play Leagues. You're telling me I have to go do Barrows after this? Like, seriously? I have to go do Barrows after reading this? Hold on, new benefit of the flask, clicking on the Fremies and Coliseum. Yeah, there's gonna be like so many cool use cases for it. And I almost don't want to talk about them. Like, I don't want to make like a dedicated video talking about all the different use cases because the fun part is trying to figure out how to like implement this, what phases you want to skip. Um, it kind of reminds me a lot of like Sunlight Spear, where you could use the typeless damage to like do really cool things. Like during Huey, you would use it during Huey to when the tail comes out, because the tail has like a max hit. It like caps your max hit out, and then you just go like bam. You would just spam the Sunlight Spear. You're doing like 50 damage. You just instantly blow it up. Yeah, one shots Vanguards at Chambers. No shot. There is no shot that's true. Is that real? Can you actually stand in the middle of the room, pop this, and one shot Vanguards? Huh? Huh? On solo regulars, not on challenge modes, right? Not on challenge modes. Okay. But like you could have two people do it, right? You just sync it up. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Do you think they'll let you unlock Tiba from any raid? Yes, that's been confirmed. We're getting mega rare vouchers. So every raid will have access to all the mega rares. And there's actually going to be a leagues task for every single mega rare as well. So if you're doing Theater of Blood, usually Mauritania has like a equip a scythe. Now there's going to be equip a scythe, equip a twisted bow, and equip a shadow for everybody. Everybody has access to those tasks. So it's actually pretty cool. Yeah. Okay. Man, that's a cool relic. I hope we get something. Well, I say I hope we get something else tomorrow. Obviously, we're gonna get something tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. What do you think of it? Better or worse than Minion? It's 100 times better than Minion. Don't pick Minion. That's all I'm gonna say. If you pick Minion, I'm not gonna argue it. I'm just gonna tell you you're bad. It's boring. Minion's boring. This is cool. That's all. Okay. Minion's boring. This is cool. End of discussion. That's it. Ah, yeah. I don't know. Um, Pretty much it. Not much more to talk about. And I don't know. I guess we just go chill for an hour, wait till the reveal. Did anybody I don't know, was there anything else? Was there any other like comments or any discussion? I think we got mostly the clarification on it, so I kind of like that. And in an hour we'll probably just see the Echo Boss. Isn't it 2 hours? Everything got moved early an hour because daylight savings time just hit UK. So they went back an hour. I think that's how it works, right? So for everybody else, oh, they went forward an hour. So for everybody else, we went back an hour in terms of what time it is. Yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. Guys, it might be time. Go get our Barrows unique. Cool relic though. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what what else we get. Because yeah, give me more of that. Give me more of that, please. That was awesome. I want to see more shit like that. That was fun. All right, guys, we're about to hit that barrel. So we got another hour to go until the next like mini reveal, and then I'll probably throw up a video talking about it a little bit. I honestly feel like this is gonna be the worst reveal video I have ever made because it's just gonna be me yapping about how cool it is. I'm not gonna have any actual argument or any actual discussion on it. I'm just gonna say it's cool. It just wins the cool factor. That's all. You can't say it wasn't fun to trigger LS and hit 250. Last Stand was awesome as well. I love Last Stand, right? I'm not gonna say like Last Stand was cool too. Yo, Zoroastrian, what the heck? Another 10 gifted, 55 total. Are you kidding me, man? Didn't you just get here? You just wake up, first thing you do, open up the stream and just throw up 10 gifted. Yo, thank you so much, man. Congrats, everybody got one. Welcome to the club. Appreciate it. Man, and just again, general shout out, guys. Thanks for everybody who's coming in. I hope you guys have had a fun weekend. I've actually been looking forward to these mornings so much. Um, Dude, last year, you know how bad it's so last year? I'm just sitting there alone, waiting for the reveals, trying to pump out like an hour one opinion video. I think it's so much more fun just sitting here and doing it live, and then later putting out a video where I actually have like a bit more like I'm not just sitting here saying the same thing over and over. It's just cooler. It's fun. Yeah, I get to just be excited here and then have some actual information. Guys, what if in the video I just talk about how bad it is? I need to know what the general opinion is so I can just take the opposite. Give Clue Compass. I'm telling you, Clue Compass is not coming back. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I will die on that hill. There's no way. If they reveal Clue Compass tomorrow, I won't even believe that. They're just trolling. The Last Stand get revealed. We got something really close to Last Stand called Flask of Fervor, and basically instead of being a cheat death where when you hit 0 HP it full heals you, now it's an active use item that full heals you, gives you all your prayer back, and also what's the other one that I forgot? It also gives you your special attack back as well. But the thing that makes it like just over the top for me and what really makes it more fun is the fact that you get cooldown reduction whenever you hit. So the 3-minute cooldown is probably going to be closer to like a 1-minute cooldown on that. So that's what makes it really, really fun and like cool to use. And you do AoE damage when you proc it. So I see it as like a massive chunk of burst damage that you're able to put out for like very specific moments. It won't be a cheat death. So like when you make a big mistake and you die, yeah, it's not going to save you. But like in general, when it comes to leagues, your offense is valued more than your defense, right? So I think that that's more cool, and I think that the lower cooldown is actually going to be really fun to use. Wait, okay. Question: how do you do this for Soda Seg? Are you going to be able to cheat Soda Seg with this? Can you wait? Can you cheat the maze? Because you only get one, right? What about 2 mazes? What about the second maze? You redemption the second one? Good luck, have fun in the second maze through. I mean, I guess the same was true though for Last Stand, right? Last year, Last Stand would only save you through one of the mazes, and then you had to like play the game for the others. So I guess it's pretty fair. Isn't Minion buff tier compared to last league's? Yeah, it's about 70% better. That's the number that I got. 70% more damage than Guardian was last year. Man, you basically like don't need food with this either, huh? Like most encounters, I feel like you'll just have like infinite health and prayer. Like, yeah. That's sick. Like when you do raids, you basically won't have to bring food or prayer with you. You just bring a little bit. Curious on what the third tier 8 will be. I feel like it would probably be, I don't know. I think it would probably be something like more defensive. I was thinking like titanium for the damage reduction. But I don't know. I don't know. I hope it's something new. But the damage reduction, like 70% damage reduction, would make sense for me. Maybe that's in, I don't know, maybe that's something in Combat Masteries. Oh, or spec related. I don't know if, spec, yeah, maybe a spec one would be good too. But I kind of feel like this one already has that like spec power, you know? Yeah, Axe could be there too. Axe could definitely be there. Yeah, I don't know. Cool tier 8 though. I feel like I'm taking this one 100%. I said the same thing about Last Stand, where I was just like, I saw it, I was like, yeah, that's it. I don't care. Taking it. It's just cool. It's too cool to pass up on. Spec Relic would probably make the most sense because I feel like we've had a Spec Relic literally every year though. Wasn't there like a new Spec Relic in Gridmaster? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Wasn't there a Spec Relic that made it so all your specs deal like 50% more damage or something like that? There was something like that. I don't quite remember. It was like something a little bit new. 50% chance to do 50% more damage. Okay, that actually sounds not very good. Yeah, that sounds not good. I probably wouldn't pick that. Spec Relic might be tier 7. Oh. Well, I don't know because usually they do. Well, I say usually. I guess I wouldn't be surprised to see only tier 8 be like the combat ones. Because that's how it was last year. Do you think it's worth learning Inferno and Colosseum in leagues before the main game? Yes, I do. The thing is though, is that when you're learning Colosseum and Inferno, don't think about it as you're learning the waves, right? So like the first 63 waves of Inferno are not going to be very hard in leagues. However, triple Jads and Zuck are honestly like, if you can do them in leagues, you can probably do them in the main game. I really do believe that, you know? And so if you come at learning PVM with the intention of learning PVM and not just trying to cheese all the mechanics and ignoring them because you have so much damage, then I think you can do a lot. I learned my first Inferno in Leagues 3. And like a year later, I did Inferno in the main game. And the biggest thing that helped me was actually having experience and having confidence on Zuck because I had already seen the fight. I had already done it. And I wasn't going into Zuck for my very, very first time after, 2 hours of doing the Inferno, like sweating my balls out, hands shaking like crazy because I'm like terrified about dying and stuff. And I actually, like, I ended up getting my Infernal Cape on my second attempt at Zuck. So, like, yeah, it really helped. It really helped getting to practice that. So again, it's all about intention and not like trying to intentionally ignore the mechanics. You know? I died to triple jets consistently, did 5 Infernos in the last league, and then went back a few months later and one and done triples and Zuck. Yeah, it's funny because I think really the biggest thing it like gives you is confidence. Like, you can't really like you can't really quantify that, but I feel like everybody who has done hard PVM content and then went to the main game builds that confidence, and that helps like more than anything else. Now, obviously, if you walk up to Vardorvis and you Kopesh spec him 4 times before he does any mechanic, you're gonna get your fucking cheeks clapped when you go back to the main game. Okay, Like, I'm just being honest, okay? So it really comes down to how you do it. There are ways to cheese the bosses, okay? I one-shot Bandos in 3 seconds. That did not help me get better at Bandos in the main game, but yeah, again, it depends. Just use Kopesh in the main game. I didn't even think about that. I actually did not think about using Kopesh in the main game with Total Recall. That's my bad. What have been the usual Echo Boss information release? Usually we get them about 2 hours after the first release, so it should be in about 50 minutes. That's kind of been the trend. So I'll probably see what the new Echo Boss is, or like what one of the Echo Bosses are, and then get a chance to see one of the weapons. But they haven't been revealing stats, so there's not really much to say. I'll just kind of chill until it hits, and then we'll call it for the day. And I guess just be ready for tomorrow. You know. How do we feel about the flask? I really love it. It's probably the coolest tier 8 ever. I think so. Like, I'm not even gonna talk. I almost don't even really care about the power level. I just think it's so awesome. It really like reminds me of like an on use trinket from like WoW, where you can pop it for like a ton of extra damage and stuff like that. And I think that's super cool. I don't know. This is probably the first relic I've seen that I'm like pretty convinced I'm picking, regardless of power level or anything. Like I don't even care. It's cool enough where I want to have fun using it, and it's gonna be what I remember more than anything else from this league's. At least that's how I feel. It's just going to be the like defining thing for me. Would you assume Wolfie's relic is the final tier 8? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Also, I know people are talking about Guardian. Just to be clear, um, they could. I kid you guys not. Okay, I will say this. All right, and they could go tomorrow and they could increase minions damage by 10 times. They could 10x the damage and make the minion do 60 damage per second. I would still be picking this over minion. If you disagree with that, then we have a fundamentally different understanding of what the point of leagues is. If you disagree with that, then I am not the right channel for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're not gonna get a good take from me. I'm so you should not listen to anything I say. So yeah, I wouldn't pick minion at 100 times the damage. I probably wouldn't play the game. I wouldn't even touch. I wouldn't even think about minion if it was 100. I pick minion for the auto loot. All right, I respect that. That's pretty cool. I actually have been thinking a lot about the auto loot. It actually makes me kind of mad that auto loot is attached to the minion. 'Cause I actually want the auto. Give me the auto loot somewhere else, man. I'm freaking mad about that. I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, I'm actually gonna really, really miss that. Like, I'm gonna watch somebody just scooping it all up. I'm gonna be pissed. The point of leagues is to have fun. So what if I like the minion and I don't like active relics? Then you should pick the minion, right? I'm not. I'm saying that I would not pick the minion if it was 100 times more damage. And if that doesn't make sense to you, then again, we have fundamentally different understandings of what leagues is. So I'm not going to even argue that. You're just going to tell you that I think differently. Oh, that's actually a good point. The minion doesn't help you at all for the Yama, but it does seem like you would be able to use the flask for Yama, right? You don't get like the huh? What? Butch at 343? Are we for real right now? But you guys don't even no, you guys don't even understand why that's messed up. You guys don't even know why that's messed up. What? I got it at 313 last night, gets a dupe at 343. All right. I mean, that's cool. That guy's two of them. All right. Yeah, that guy's there for 2 years getting an Ultor. 100%. But Ultor is actually kind of crazy because Ultor like has like a built-in like dry protection. So it's probably not. It's actually is like oh, I have seen I saw a log recently. Wasn't there somebody who was like 7,000 Vardorvis dry of the Executioner axe or the Soul Reaper axe head or whatever? That was like a terrifying log. That was scary to look at. Oh my god. We get the reveal yet? We got our first one. We got our first new relic. We're waiting about 40 minutes for the Echo Boss. I don't even want to say reveal. The Echo Boss teaser. Yeah, it's like reveal doesn't even feel right, man. That feels like too much credit. Yeah, teaser is better. If they had said teaser, by the way, I don't think people would be as like mad about Bro, I saw people getting so mad about the freaking Echo Bosses. It's like, dude, chill. It's not that bad. Like, come on. Oh man. They should I do think they should give the weapon stats. It'd be so much more fun. Did they release all the Echo Bosses? Yeah, they released them all at the same time last year. But the thing is, we kind of like know. I'm gonna take a guess here that like most of the Echo Bosses are gonna be the same. Um, I don't know about the Echo items. I hope they change them, but we don't know yet, right? That's what I'm saying, dude. When we find out if Kopesh is coming back, it's gonna be a rough day. Yeah, the reason why I think it's going to be mostly the same Echo bosses is because some regions just don't really have good options. Like desert, for example, I'm like 95% sure it's got to be Kalphite Queen because are they going to make Echo Leviathan? That I don't know about that one. Yeah, I'm not sure. Echo Temperos. Yeah, maybe, maybe, but I hope they change the Echo weapons, right? Because the way I see it is that echo weapons are a way of changing the power balance of different regions. So I don't think you need to change echo bosses. I think you kind of would hope that they would change echo items, make them different. The echo mole. All right, I'm sold. If we can get the mole claws, I am 100% sold. Yeah, and echo items to me are usually the more like defining feature, or like they're what kind of determines what regions I'll usually end up picking. So, especially because I've already done all the echo bosses. For other people, maybe you'll pick places that you haven't done the echo boss yet, right? So, um, except for Ascarnia, I haven't done Ascarnia, so I actually kind of want to try that. Echo Arachnus is incoming. Well, that's okay. So that's the other problem, right? Um, how do you deal with bosses that are kind of necessary because they skip certain annoying parts of their like normal fight? The best example of that is Tyrannwyn, right? How do we make Echo Zulra if that means we don't get Echo Hunlif? Because the cool part about Echo Hunlif is you got to skip all the prep in the gauntlet. And I'm not gonna lie, if they reveal Echo Zulra, there better be Echo Hunlif as well. I would be very upset. Which I mean, I guess they could, right? Because I already have like all the assets and stuff. Like they could do that. They could just give us multiple, which would be cool. I mean, we don't get Echo Soul. I don't think that's has that been confirmed. I would hope that we get Echo Soul. Yeah, I see it as like no reason to throw out bosses already designed. I don't expect them to make new Echo bosses every single year. Like we talked about this at the very beginning that with Raids 4 this year, I would kind of prefer that all the best like boss design people. I would hope that they're more focused on Raids 4 and creating Raids 4 bosses rather than like literally making an Echo version of every single boss in old school. Um, but yeah, I don't expect us to get a whole bunch of new Echo bosses every year. That was kind of like the big theme of last year's, right? So I don't see them ever just removing content. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. I feel like if we have the content, like why not just have it available, right? Like, are there some kind of special Yama contracts? Well, I think that's what people are sort of thinking about. When I first read the minion relic and it said like doesn't do damage to Yama, I thought that was just like 100% like just for fun. It was like a flavor text, right? But it says a flask doesn't work at Yama, which unless unless I'm misunderstanding like why, right? That doesn't make sense to me. That makes me think that we do have access to Yama. And it feels kind of weird to have a stipulation for literally just Corrend, right? So I am very much back on board with the idea that there is some kind of like turbo giga Yama fight that you have to do that everybody gets access to. And that's awesome. I love that. That's cool. But yeah, I don't know why they would carve that out just for Corrend. For like it doesn't even make sense to me, right? It's like yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah, earlier there was I remember a comment about how like we had the special Jad challenge. If we get like a special Yama challenge, it's like this super cracked fight. Like that sounds pretty cool. It wouldn't be a contract in the lore Yama is nerfed. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And the whole lore of Yama is that when you fight him in Corrend, he's like basically playing with you. Like he's not actually fighting you. He's just like he's like powering down. It's like when you fight with your cat, right? And you like kind of like pet its head and your cat's like scratching at you and shit. That's kind of the same thing. Imagine you kill Endgame and it unlocks Misthalin. Well, I thought it'd be kind of cool if like Misthalin is just like the final area, you know? I don't know if they would do that or if they would just have a normal Yama fight, but like I don't know, it'd be kind of cool. Big ass Yama in Lumbridge Swamp. You gotta go fight him. That could actually be a pretty cool reference if like Lumbridge Swamp had like a giant like meteor caved out and it's just Yama there and you're just blasting Yama. I like that. That'd be kind of cool. What if they use this as an opportunity to test a world boss? That's what I thought at first, that like we would get like a ginormous like world boss that everybody has to like fight together. But then I don't know, because then it's like, why would they carve out the stipulation for the tier eights? Like I think the tier eights makes me think that it's like a very specific fight that is designed to be done. And they didn't want that to influence your decision, if that makes sense. Like they didn't want you to think about your tier 8 combat relic when you're fighting like the final boss of leagues. Relics feel really watered down. I don't think relics feel watered down. I think they just look a little bit less like, the way I see it is that relics in the past have been like sledgehammers that are very good at doing a very specific effect. And it's very easy to evaluate what that effect actually is because it does something really well. It seems like this year, what I've been calling is they're like Frankenstein relics. They're kind of warped. There are a couple of ideas that are all kind of warped together. And at first glance, it's just hard to evaluate them because it's like a Swiss Army knife instead of a sledgehammer, where it does a bunch of different things at a bit less power level. And what I really think is going to have to happen is once we see more of the board, once we see relics all kind of shape out, then I think you're going to start to see different synergies all kind of intertwined between the different relics, you know? I just hope there's more brand new effects rather than mixing a ton of old effects. Well, that's actually why I like seeing the old effects get blended together, right? Because let's say we had 20 relics before, okay? Just keep the number simple. Let's say we had 20 relics before and that got blended into 10 relics. Well, that means we got 10 new relics, right? And that's what I'm really excited for. I'm excited to see what the new stuff is. I kind of feel like if I was a game developer and I had to plan for 3 weeks of reveals, why would I start with the most interesting stuff like first, right? Wouldn't you want to like ramp up to the more exciting things, you know? I mean, obviously you should start with the banger. I think tier 1 was a banger though. So, like I don't think it should be like the worst stuff first, but like tier 1 was a banger. I think this is a banger and I think it's going to continue to ramp up to those like new cool effects. You know, like the golden god equivalents, the banker notes equivalent. Those ones that like you will remember this leagues for. Endless Harvest doesn't cook? I feel like Endless Harvest is so cool. Am I crazy? Endless Harvest is so cool. What? Crazy to think if reloaded is back, I abundance and reload into endless. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I think I was thinking about that day one. I saw people saying that you should go like endless harvest, or you go barbarian gathering and then you reload into endless harvest. Or so, no, you can't. Wait, hold on. Did I say that right? You go barbarian and then you reload into endless harvest. I think that's kind of trolling. I don't think you should do that. I think you should go abundance and reload into endless harvest, right? Right? That seems way better. So I don't know. That seems way better. I would go abundance and reload into a second abundance. Me too. Me too. Why not barbarian? I kind of feel like endless harvest pairs better with with abundance because it allows you to just kind of get that AFK time, and then abundance will speed you up. Barbarian gathering or the endless harvest will give you something to do while you're like a bit more AFK. I think that's like a good balance there. They kind of balance each other. I think bar plus abundance is a better combo. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty good too. Here's my analogy that I've been saying, okay? And the league's Discord really like this. I'll share it with you guys, okay? Tier 1 is Coke versus Pepsi versus Dr. Pepper. It's an amazing analogy. It's so good. Husky said that he hates Dr. Pepper, so I guess I'm not picking that relic. Look how proud he is. I was really proud, okay? I was really proud of it. Which one's which? If you don't know which one's which, that's on you. Okay? That's on you. Fine, I'll tell you guys. Coke is Endless Harvest, Pepsi is Barbarian Gathering, Dr. Pepper is Abundance. Take that as you will. That's right. It's not. It's actually 100% accurate. It's more accurate than you could even imagine. Pepsi is trash. I 100% agree. If we're talking about the relics, Pepsi relic, not my favorite anymore. Biggest thing you see through all this are people are just looking for justification of their preferred choice. Well, that's the thing is that I think people want to feel like the choice that they're making is good, right? And that's true for everything. They don't want to feel like they're making the wrong choice, right? But honestly, a lot of it just comes down to personal preference because I think that if you're if you're playing leagues and you're being honest with yourself, you should be picking for what you enjoy rather than what's going to save you like an hour of time. Okay, right? It's kind of like if I asked you like what Christopher Nolan movie would you rather watch, right? Shutter Island or Inception, right? Now, Inception is the clear, obvious winner. Just objectively, it's better, right? But if you said Shutter Island, I wouldn't blame you, right? That's okay. It's a good movie too, right? I'll watch it with you too. I could have fun. Wouldn't be my choice. Shutter Island isn't Christopher Nolan. God damn it, I got it wrong. All right, let's say Dark Knight instead. I choked, dude. I choked somewhere. I was like Leonardo DiCaprio movies. Fuck me, dude. I swear to God, I thought that was Christopher Nolan. Everybody in that movie. Oh, I'm so bad. All right, what else? We'll do Social Network instead. Nah, Social Network is better than Inception. That's you know, like that's not even a hot take. Social Network is actually better than Inception. Social Network is like actually top 5 movies. It's so good. If you guys have not watched Social Network in a while, it's so freaking good. Just pretend that Facebook doesn't exist. That's the best way to watch Social Network. Just don't even think about Facebook. It's not a movie about Facebook. It's just a goated movie. Wait, is Social Network not Christopher Nolan either? Am I actually just stupid? I swear to God. Oh no, it's David Fincher. I'm completely trolling now. All right, I'm completely trolling, guys. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. My bad. My bad. I'm completely losing it. All right, never mind. I take it back. We're done. We're done. No more movie chat. We only talk about leagues from now on. I'm so dumb. Oh my God. I'm flashed out. True. Guys, I've been up since 1:30 a.m., okay? The sleep schedule is brutal for me right now. So if I wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning, I have to actually just sit here for like 2 hours and just say nothing. Just sit here alone in my room. It's boring as hell. Nobody's even online, so I can't even go rage bait. It sucks. All right, 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes, then we'll get going. What Echo Bosses are you guys hoping to see today? What are your guesses? Oh, by the way, sorry. While you guys message that, somebody asked me, what do you think about the Thermi weapons? Um, I don't know, man. I think it's kind of hard because, like, again, we have no idea what they are. The only thing that you can really look at it is that it kind of feels like they're forcing Pandaren as like a good mage region, which I don't hate, but that was already kind of the case in Leagues 4. So I don't know. I'm kind of worried that like people who did Leagues 4 and they played mage, they might be kind of burnt out of it, you know? They might not want to do that again. That's where I'm at. Where like I'm not really sure if I would want to go mage with like Pandaren and stuff, but I guess you don't have to go desert anymore, so maybe it's okay. I don't know. People ask me like, do you think it's going to be good without even knowing the stats? I almost want to say it's going to be insanely good because it's kind of just how things are with leagues. If they bring something back, they typically bring it back, and it's kind of a banger, you know? So, like, if they brought it back and it was not as like, it was the same thing, it would just suck. So, I think it will be very strong. That's my guess. Also, Fremnik gets a lot better now that, or sorry, not Fremnik. Kandarin gets a lot better now you have access to Wrath runes. That was one of the big things that sucked about Devil's Element last year. And that's really important to think about if you are considering Mage. The only thing about Kandarin that I'm not really sure about right now is like, I wonder what the damage will end up being compared to like the Eye of Ayak and Confliction Gauntlets coming from Doom, anyways. You know, because I'm a little bit worried if the Eye of Ayak is like really good, then why would you ever go Kandarin? Like, but yeah, that's what I'm pretty convinced now that Eye of Ayak is not going to be one tick. I know people have been like hoping for that. I think it's going to be two tick because if it was one tick, then like why would you pick Kandarin? And also like it was bugged, so yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like I don't think Eye of Ayak is going to be that good. Do I pick Tyrannwyn, Kandarin, or Fremnik? I, I don't know. I feel like you could ask 10 different people that and they'll give you 11 different answers. Any second reveal today? Yeah, 15 minutes. We should be getting another Echo boss. Yeah, but also like I like Varlamore. I don't think I would enjoy a leagues where the Varlamore items were like better than the region items, you know? Because that would just feel kind of wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be a little bit sad if like Varlamore items were just like way better. So they should be, I think, a little bit worse than Echo items. That's how I see it. I'm just running in circles, not even going anywhere. What if the Thurby staff allows for AoE mage without ancients? Um, I guess like, why does that matter? I guess. I don't know if that's actually that good. Varlamore does too much for a free region. Well, that's why like I kind of feel like this league it's almost more like how can I say it? Um it's almost like we just get a fourth region, you know? Is Doom intermission impossible? You have to tank it, but that's fine. Yeah, so that's how I think that's how people would do it in like Gridmaster and stuff. We would just tank it, right? They said that you're gonna have Demon Bane covered somehow, which like yeah, you're right. Because if we don't have Demon Bane covered, it's just the most doggy thing ever. Like Doom just kind of becomes not very fun, you know? So I'm yeah, I would be a little surprised. That would be not very good. Um that's actually originally that's what I was actually thinking about. I was like, okay, how do you do Doom without getting the Arceus spellbook? I thought that they would just give you the Arceus spellbook and that's just that was the solution. But yeah, I don't know. I yeah, I don't know. Let me cover it another way. I think that my current guess is because there's 3 synapses and because you unlock 3 regions, it might be related to that. Like you kill the Echo boss, you get a synapse, something like that. It kind of like keeps you from like rushing Doom or something. I don't know. That's like the only thing that makes sense to me. Or a combat mastery, like the way that when you got like range 6, you got 60% prayer penetration. If instead it was like you get range 6 and now you get Demon Bane on all your attacks, like that would be kind of cool too. Another reveal in 13. Yeah, another reveal in like 12 minutes. Given Varlamore is free, do you think there's any builds we should take advantage of? So it's all going to come down to the masteries. That's how I see it. You know, I don't think that there's any crazy synergies by having Varlamore because in a lot of ways, Varlamore is like very like self-contained. It kind of like benefits from itself. I do think melee is really good because you get the Ultor ring, right? And you get a Vernix, like they're the base of Vernix. But I feel like getting Ultor for free is really good for melee builds. Like, I don't know. I think it's gonna be crazy. I think it's gonna be crazy. But I think I'm also like underrating having like the Eclipse set, right? The Eclipse is also really good for ranged, right? And you get Quiver. That's also really damn good. So yeah, I might be like over. Yeah, I think I'm overrating the melee because I want to go melee, and I'm like giving myself more reasons to go melee right now. Which like yeah, it's dude, melee is so sick in Varlamore. Echo melee weapon in Varlamore? Well, I don't actually know if it's an Echo melee weapon. I was thinking it would be like a hybrid, right? Like 'cause somebody brought up this really cool idea that what if you could like throw the axes, right? And it was like a ranged, right? And they could easily make it like a weapon, a magic weapon. That's not even hard, right? But the idea of like throwing the axes, that was cool. I was like, oh shit, I'm sold, you know? Oh, and also I saw this. Somebody said if it was a combination of the moons of peril weapons, why would it come from Echo? Why would it come from Echo and Moxliaddle? Which is totally fair, but don't you guys like if you guys remember the Barrows gloves came from the Grotesque Guardians. So that logic, I don't think you can go off that logic, you know? Yeah, and well, okay, to be fair, it wasn't the dog sword from Serb. It wasn't the god sword, it was a dog sword. And I think the dog sword makes sense to come from Serb because Cerberus is a dog. Hey Bonk, when is leagues, bro? That is the first person who's ever first time chatter calling me Bonk. That's crazy. That is like Wow. Cool. Um, Leagues was on April 15th. that was wild. Yo, what up, Insane Wolfie? How you doing? Obviously a turtle. What else? What else can I expect from you? Bonk squirt. No, we're not doing bonk squirt. What is that? Maybe that'll be the next hardcore. Actually, I you know I kind of like it. Bonk squirt. When's next mini leak? Like 5 minutes. Should be pretty soon. But again, it's a mini leak. Okay, it's a teaser. It already dropped. No shot. Really? No, you're wrong. Nah, I'm being trolled. There's no way. There's no way. You guys are trolling. Oh, you guys are talking about the flat. No, we already know about the flask. Flask is covered. There's another teaser for an Echo Boss in 5 minutes. Yeah, we've already had one leak, okay? We're on our second leak for the day. I'll gift another 5 subs if you skip the Taylor Swift song. Absolutely not. No way. I've said it before. Taylor Swift, I don't know how she does it. Everyone's a banger. She literally has never missed in her life. I'll give you 5 gift if you play it twice. That is crazy. That is crazy. You like the new Swift album? No, it's like fine wine for me, you know? I don't listen to the new stuff for like 10 years. I let it like age a little bit, you know? Yo, Mocha1233 with the prime sub. Thank you. Welcome to the club. Hope you've been having a wonderful morning. Or I guess like afternoon. I feel like half the people watching me, you guys are like pulling the last strings of your like night, staying up. Like I know OCE gang, you guys are up to like 4 a.m. watching, just praying that the reveal comes out so you can go to bed. Are you going melee versus range? Um, every year I go. Every year I go. Like I went range last year. I went mage the year before that, and every single time I would play melee as my second account, and I had more fun playing my melee account. So I'm trying to like convince myself to like force myself to go melee because I regret not going melee because it's just more fun. Yo, by the way, you do not apologize for calling me bonk. That is just the first time anybody has ever done that. That's just a legendary. That was just a legendary. Yeah, just coming in here calling me bonk is that's awesome. It just surprised me. Okay, we got some information on the relic. Uh 0 to 9 damage does nothing. 10 to 19 damage does 1 tick. 20 to 29 does 2 ticks. That's how much it reduces the cooldown. Its own explosion does not reduce the cooldown. Okay. Multi-hit weapons and AoE effects can all reduce the CD. It hits 3 times for 59 at level 99 prayer. That kind of, I wish it hit for 60. I'm not gonna lie, because that would have been an extra tick off. But we'll take it. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter because the explosion doesn't. Okay, I'm stupid. Oh, I don't. Okay. Well, doesn't matter. Where's this info? I just saw it on the league's Discord. It was from Jagex Husky. See, another Taylor Swift banger. Best region for range? I have no idea. Probably Asgarnia. Actually, you know what? Nah, I take it back. Best region for ranged is probably Karumja because you can get a rune crossbow. And rune crossbow kind of slaps. Yo, Zach Vincent with the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that one. Oh my goodness, you are actually crazy. I didn't even replay it. You're just donating money for free. Where do you get rune crossbow in Karumja? That's like a rite of passage for rangers. You have to go to you go to Karumja and you kill steel dragons, I believe. That's how most people do. Kill steel dragons to get your rune crossbow. I think it's a 1 in 25, but like I remember dude, I remember like horror stories, people going like over 100 dry. And that is yeah, that is pretty rough. Okay, we get a reveal in like 1 minute. Okay, I'm gonna move away from this and get away from barrows real quick so we can look at the reveal real fast. Why go for rune crossbow if you have sunlight crossbow? I think rune crossbow is better, right? That's what I would think. All right, I'm waiting. I'm waiting right now. Oh, I did want to show this, by the way. I thought this was really funny. I swear, the second I show this, we're gonna get the reveal, and I'm gonna get mad. Okay. So I talked a little bit about I was just talking about like going dry on like steel dragons and stuff like that. And I wanted to show you guys this because this was crazy. Wait, it's up right now. Okay, I'll show you guys after then. My bad. We'll show you after. Let's look at the reveal right now. Okay, we get a new. Oh my god, guys, look at this. Damn, look at that. Is that not Echo Hispori? Echo Hispori? Yeah? That is not the trumpet. That's something new. Okay. All right. I like Echo Hispori back. So let me this is actually kind of interesting. So if you didn't play Leagues 5, you might think like Hispori is the most like, why would you do this? But the thing that made this really cool is that when you killed Hispori for the first time, you would get a an Echo Orb that would allow you to kill the Echo version of the boss after just one kill. I believe it was one kill, right? And what that allowed you to do is to kill the Echo version of Hespori without having to wait for it to regrow. You could actually just spam it. And it was also one of the easier bosses as well. So this was actually the reason why I like this was because it was one of the fastest Echo bosses that you could get. It was like a guaranteed thing, right? It was super easy to get there. You could basically like spam your farming, get your Hespori seed, plant it. It's 5 times as fast. So I think it came out to about like 8 hours or so. And then like maybe like 11 hours into leagues, you could already be killing Echo Hespori. I remember I rushed it, and then you could just spam Echo Hespori, get the Echo weapon. You're not limited to like 93 Slayer like with Thermi or anything like that. So, yo, new ranged weapon. I didn't even read it. Harness the ultimate power of restoration and renew both your prayer and hit points with a new ranged Echo item. Wait, that's actually sick. What? Conquer the they're actually telling us stuff. Wait, that's sick. They're telling us stuff. Okay. Conquer the returning Echo Boss and wield a short bow forged from Tangle Roots. Okay, guys, everybody pause right now. We need to think of a name for the bow, okay? We're not I've seen a lot of names for the Hespori trumpet. I like the Hespori trumpet. Okay? We got to think of something. I also liked if you guys missed it, yesterday we got the what if you the quadrant, the quad flame staff. Um, People have been calling it the fork. Hespori's no, we're not calling it Hespori's lower branch. What is you guys are crazy. Tangled bow. I like the tangled bow because didn't wait, hold on. Isn't this kind of like a weird reference to like how the T-bow there was like the bush that you could get the T-bow from? The twig bow? I like the twig bow. Twig bow is kind of good. Twig bow is kind of good. Tangle bow, tangle bow, twig. I like twig bow because it just sounds good. Twig bow. I like twig bow. I think we go with twig bow, guys. It's gonna be the twig bow. All right, that's good. Very nice. Okay. Um. So I guess it has what life steal and prayer. This is cool. This is like the prayer steal life steal of like leagues 2, right? Didn't that have it? Does it shoot straight arrows? Um, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. The twistless bow, or it's not the twistless bow. Look at this thing. It is twisted up. The budget T bow. I like twig bow. I think twig bow is cool. I think it's pretty good. Um, Even if this thing isn't actually like super overpowered, I actually think that the Korend Echo items are really cool because Hespori is so easy to get to. It actually like if this thing is decent, if it's not like completely ass, then it really makes Zaya pretty good. Yeah. I'm excited. The trumpet last year I think was a cool idea, but I don't think you can ever really balance like a multi-combat weapon. I don't think it works. It's like you can't make it too strong, you can't make it too like yeah. And then if it's too weak, nobody picks it anyways. So the twisted short bow. Oh, that one's pretty good. Twisted short bow is good, but I think I like the twig bow. I like the twig bow. I'm going with twig bow. I'm going with it. Is this like the life on hit effect? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It gives you like maybe it gives you like every fifth attack, it like restores health and some prayer because it also says renew both your prayer and hit points. So I feel like we're gonna get like a mix of both of those. A little bit of life steal, a little bit of prayer steal. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty sweet. This is cool. Um, how frequently do people go ranged in Korend? I feel like Korend usually suffers from a lack of melee. Like, did anybody do a lot of chambers? Do you guys like remember what was like what did you usually need at chambers? I mean, you get the prayer, right? That's pretty good. Mostly mage and melee. So I kind of like that because now it gives rangers a better reason to go Like you have more reason to go Karen now, right? Which is good. That's what we want Echo weapons to do. We want to give people a reason to go to regions that they don't really like. Why is he wearing melee gear though? You could do Echo Hispori with all three styles. It didn't really matter. Hey, maybe. Oh, guys, maybe this is 100% accuracy is coming back, so you can just wear Oath Plate. Yeah, maybe. I think this is more of a way to show off Radiant Oath Plate. I don't know, but yeah, range tank was the thing, so I don't know. Maybe we get that back. I would hope not, but we'll see. We'll see, I guess. Yeah, Oath Plate is from Yama, which is Karen, so it makes sense. Like it makes sense. It's cool. Ranged Ceradoman Godsword. Yeah, that seems pretty good. That seems pretty cool. I like this a lot. I think it's a cool weapon. Um, Again, I know the trumpet was cool, but dude, the trumpet was not that good. Okay, the trumpet was pretty ass. So this is pretty cool. Man, that's good for Zaya. It's actually good for Zaya to have like a cool echo item. Nice little ranged bow. We'll see. Is there any other implications about this that we can kind of think about? I don't really know. I don't think it changes too much. Um, be busted for the Inferno. That's actually a good point. It is really good for the Inferno. Yeah, very, very good point. I like that a lot. Hmm. Renewing the prayer is really good too. If it was just renewing hit points, it would be good. But renewing the prayer, man, that is awesome because you can actually start doing like AFK stuff. Like, could you not like do this and then start doing like the AFK fight caves and whatnot? Like, because we haven't really seen any like lifesteal effects yet. I mean, that's usually going to be in combat masteries, but yeah, lifesteal is good. I think lifesteal is really good in leagues. I really value it. We don't know if it's a passive effect or a spec. That's a good point. You're right. If it's a spec, like a SGS, then you couldn't do that. But I okay, if it's a spec, this is not just like a discount blowpipe, right? If it's a spec, it's just a blowpipe, right? But I guess that's fine, right? It's like a bow pipe. Okay, if it is a spec, then we're calling it the bow pipe. That's the name for it. It's a twig bow or the bow pipe. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Maybe it passively heals but gets prayer on spec. Yeah, something like that. That makes sense. We'll see what it does. I like it though. I think it's cool. Definitely better than the trumpet for sure. Good to see Echo Hispori back because going and doing your like Hisporis, like getting your bottomless compost bucket, getting all the seeds, that can be a little bit annoying. It does have the same drop table as Hispori. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Echo Hispori did not give farming experience, right? So you can't like farm this boss for farming experience. Karen doesn't really need it because Karen does farming guild, which is like already super busted for farming and all that stuff. But yeah, no farming experience. You're not gonna be able to do that because I know like in Deadman mode that was pretty popular. You're just like spamming and stuff. But you can get all the seeds and whatnot. That's good, and that's actually really valuable because you can farm out seeds. But again, Karen is already a good farming region, so it's not like it's not that special, you know? If you go Karen, I think you don't go farming relic. That's kind of the general logic, right? If you go Karen, you don't go farming relic. I mean, I guess you could, but you could get like 100 contracts done in like 30 minutes, but yeah. I don't know. Okay. I want to show you guys, okay? Not a jump scare here, okay? Look at this dork. Look at this dork from Leagues 4, okay? Damn, look at that, okay? I wanted to show you guys this because I remember this from Leagues 4. Somebody was talking about Dark Wizards, okay? if you guys so keep in mind this was like the first time I started doing like leaks content, right? So this is like my first ever stream with more than like 10 people. All right. It was a banger. I'm currently maybe like 5 hours into leagues. I have 4 relics unlocked, right? Got my banker's note, which by the way, guys, this is banker's note. Do you guys see this? It's kind of like a weird thing. Do you guys see banker's note? It looks so different. Yeah, my good little banker's note here. Oh, is that banker's note and a crystal of memories? Damn, Leagues 4 was OP, huh? Okay. So I had to go do a task. I think I said I'm gonna go do a task to do Dark Wizards and get the Dark Wizard robe and the Dark Wizard bottom, right? This is currently 638. Also, I have 95k mage experience because I just got Superior Sorcerer. I got my mage relic. I'm good to go. I'm going to go ahead into the VOD. 45 minutes. And I'm still doing Dark Wizards. I'm not joking. I think I went 5 times or 6 times dry on a Dark Wizard robe. I spent 45 minutes killing them on day 1 of leagues. I honestly, I felt myself going crazy. That was the worst experience of my life. This is why whenever I plan my starting routes, by the way, I will never, ever, ever, ever plan around RNG tasks anymore. Because I'm like traumatized from this experience. Right? Like just absolutely traumatized. I never want to do this again. Ever. Yeah. So that was that. That was my little leagues for because we were talking about RNG. Okay, guys, I'm probably gonna be done here really soon. Just wanted to again plug Leagues Planner. Leaguesplanner.com. Gecko's been working on this. It is up. It is live. You guys can all use it. It will be updated daily. We won't have to have mirror 75 of the Leagues Planner whenever new stuff gets added. You can choose your stuff, choose your regions, all that stuff, change the colors, do all that, check your skills, find what's going on. And overall, this is the new site sheet where you'll be able to plan your stuff, see what you're picking. A lot of really cool features like tracking different items on the map. Again, let's say we do like coal. No, coal. And boom, we get different locations, monsters that drop coal, rocks that drop coal, all that stuff. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. A lot of really cool stuff, your gear and stuff like that. Again, not everything's going to be perfect right now because Gecko's just crazy. They've been working on this for months, so it's not going to be 100% perfect. But you know, any feedback you guys have is super appreciated. That's kind of the idea. Make it public, let people give feedback. Not everything is quite like perfect yet. Gecko's still working on it. We just figured getting it out earlier is better, right? So yeah. But that's that. That's the sheet. It's up. Make sure you guys check it out. That's it for me for today. I'm gonna go probably chill for a bit. I'll make the video on the reveal. And yeah, the link is pinned. Link is pinned in chat, so you guys can take a look. Leaguesplanner.com. Leaguesplanner.com. It's super easy. Leaguesplanner.com. Yeah. So that's it for me, guys. Again, thank you guys all for hanging out today. I hope you guys had a wonderful, fun day. Super sick reveal. Honestly, I think this has been my favorite reveal day for sure. Hopefully tomorrow we get some good stuff, guys. I have a feeling, I really do. I have a feeling that things get kind of juiced next week. Because if you remember, all right, I want you guys to remember this. In every previous leagues, well, I guess the last like 2 weeks, we've always had a 2-week reveal season. That's when things have really started. This time we started 3 weeks early. My guess is that when there's 2 weeks left, that's when shit hits the fan. That's when we go bananas. All right. And I'm excited because you know me, I love my monkey laps and I can't wait to see what's pulling me back to Kandarin. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy your weekend. See you guys tomorrow.